mask versus mask, and we are working our way towards that monster match, and it really does feel like a big-time match. It really does feel like something that's worthy of being at WrestleMania, and I'm really not just saying that. The build for this thing has been absolutely fantastic. We got some footage that we can have a look at in regards to the build and where we are with this, but if we jump over here and just have a look at the card, I've got a nice poster which we can have a look at. So this is the official poster. I think it's the official poster. It's been tweeted out by Wrestle Talk. This is week 1. This is week 2. So I believe we are back again next Saturday for AAA. We have got another show next weekend, next Saturday. That's going to feature Bayley. She's actually going to be on that AAA show. So it's going to be Lola Vice, current NXT Women's Champion, Bayley, and really exciting talent that's recently joined AAA. She's in her mid-20s. There's lots of excitement around her. There's every chance she makes it to Raw or SmackDown in the future. Her name is La Catalina, as I'm sure many of you know. They're taking on Las Toxicas, and including Flammer, who is the current women's champion. So, yeah, this will be a really fun 6-person tag match next week. They have made an announcement, I think it was today. There's going to be a Fatal 5-Way added next week, including Mini Vikingo, who was so good. Mini Vikingo is really on my radar. His match against Vikingo was so good. But we got Wild, we got Del Toro, so we got both of those guys. We've also got Octagon Jr. and Lince Dorado. So that just strikes me as a fun type opening match where they're just going to go crazy. And it's just going to be all these moves, and it's just going to be really fun. And then we've got, you know, a little bit of star power. I'm quite interested in that. That's next week, though, right? What we got tonight is up here. So, obviously, we've got our main event. But we've got the AAA Cruiserweight Championship, Laredo Kids taking on Rey Fenix. And that is going to be so good. We've seen that match twice, and it has banged twice. Championship on the line. Laredo Kid against Rey Fenix. Really looking forward to that. Then we've got the tag titles being defended tonight. We've got Psycho Clown and Pagano defending against the War Raiders. So the War Raiders are actually on this show trying to get the AAA tag titles. And then over here we've got Wagner defending against Vikingo, the AAA Latin American Championship. So another championship match. In fact, those are the 3 championship matches. And then our main event, the big one, the one we've all been waiting for, mask versus mask. Someone is getting their mask removed. Is it OG El Grande, or is it going to be El Grande Americano? Chad versus Ludwig, and it goes down tonight. This is the big one. This is what this whole El Grande story has been kind of building towards, and it is red hot. As I said, there is some clips doing the rounds. What we want to do is, if we go to lists, go to news, there is some footage that I've seen of, let's go down here. This is quite spicy. So this is, look at the commotion. There is Ludwig throwing shoes over at Chad's. So this was during last night's Serenade. This was like a fan thing where we had El Grande, OG El Grande arrived, shoes were being thrown. I mean, the hatred here is real. So that was really cool. There is some footage of the Serenade as well. They're here. You can see Wrestle Purist said insane, right? So here's all the fans that came out to greet El Grande. Look at that. Look at those scenes. People jumping around, celebrating. I mean, he is so over. So over. So there is so much excitement around this match tonight. This is not just oh, should we watch this tonight kind of a show. This is like one of the biggest AAA shows we've ever seen. One of the biggest matches of the year. I think when we get to the end of the year, I could totally see El Grande being mentioned when we're talking about like the best matches that we saw, because I don't know that this is going to be like a technical masterpiece. I just think that what you've got here is two characters that really hate each other, and you've done a fantastic job of communicating that, and the build for it has been so good. Just like when we watched last week and Chad turned around, OG Americano turned around, he had that shirt that had Ludwig's partner's face on, and it said fired, because one of the stipulations for this match was that she was going to have to lose her job. And so she's been kind of brought into it as well. So good. So good. So yeah, the build for this has been really fantastic. The scenes that we're seeing, I mean, it's very well thought out, because I must admit, I did wonder why they were doing those serenade things, because we don't see them. They're not shown to us. I don't think they're shown on TV. So what's the point in doing those kind of meetups where a load of fans just get to see El Grande? But, I mean, of course, the clips go all over social media. WWE use those clips on social media, and it just kind of furthers the narrative of the mania around this match and around this feud. So it's very clever. I mean, I really do feel like details are being thought about on a level that we just don't see on Raw and SmackDown. It's really good. So, yes, this is why Undertaker is getting a lot of praise. This is why AAA is getting a lot of praise. This is why there's a lot of excitement around the event tonight. And that is a nice little breakdown, a nice little preview as to what we've got coming up. We are here a good few hours before, so the event itself doesn't start for 2 hours 50. That's no problem, because I wanted to make sure we were here early so that we could talk about whatever people want to talk about. Obviously, we did the 2 SmackDown streams yesterday. If people want to talk about SmackDown, we can absolutely talk about SmackDown. If people want to talk about Clash in Italy that goes down tomorrow, we can absolutely talk about that. Of course, we're going to be back for that tomorrow as well. It's on early as well. I mean, it's really going to be interesting to kind of finish up this stream, get anything done that needs to be done. I don't know if we'll do a breakdown. We might do an opinions video, but get all that done, get to bed, get back up so that we're ready for Clash in Italy, because, as we said, it's quite early Clash in Italy tomorrow. So, yeah, there's just lots going on, so we can kind of go wherever people want to go. Lots of people in the chat saying hello. Connor said, did you watch the Champions League final today? I didn't. I was asleep during it. I wanted to make sure that I was ready for this. I would have watched it. I got up just to see the final missed penalties. So I saw the last couple of penalties. That's when I got up. But yeah, it was a shame. I wanted Arsenal to do it, actually. I kind of think like they'd never won it, and I don't really see Arsenal as like a rival to Man United. I think like they'd not won the title in 20 odd years. They'd never won the Champions League. I don't really have any ill will towards Arsenal, so I was kind of like, yeah, I'd like them to do it. I can't say I was bothered when they didn't. I can't say that it's a big issue for me, but I was like, yeah, you know, if of the choice, I'd rather them get it. But, well, it wasn't to be. TJF said, I'm looking forward to Roman acknowledging the real Fatu. Yada I mean. That's going to go down tomorrow. That's big match tomorrow. ROIS2FM said, would we like Grande feud to take place after today? Or would we like to see like hair versus mask next? Oh, that's an interesting shout, to be honest. I mean, this does feel like the ultimate. But I suppose you could do hair versus mask in a bit of a double or nothing type situation, you know? Where it's like, I've got nothing else to give, but I'll put my hair on the line. Yeah, I think I would like to see that, actually. I think I would like to see that. The only problem with going further after tonight is the fans love El Grande Americano so much. I just don't see any way that you can run the risk of ruining that. I can't see any way that you can afford to. I don't see him losing tonight. I haven't seen the bookies' odds, but he's got to be a major favourite, because how can you damage this? I mean, I know that Chad gets great heat, but let's be fair, Chad's going to get great heat whether he's got a mask on or hasn't got a mask on. But I don't know about El Grande if he's going to enjoy the same level of love if you like change the character, and because he's talking a lot about Mexico and being proud of Mexico and all of that. If it's revealed to be Ludwig, who's obviously not Mexican, like, he can still say the same things, but is the love still going to be there? I think it's a gamble. I think it could still work but it's a gamble. So I don't see him losing tonight. I think Chad loses tonight. And in a rematch, I don't see him losing there either. So some of the magic could be lost. It's a little bit like Kane. I mean, I always felt like when they took the mask off Kane, magic was lost. And it could be a little bit along those lines. You know, you don't want to mess around with that El Grande Americano character too much, because it is working so well in Mexico. It's crazy that people in America and on Raw and SmackDown just don't give a flip. But I think it probably shows the size of the machine, actually. You know, in AAA, it's obviously a much smaller operation. Everything feels a bit smaller. You can kind of put the spotlight onto those two, and it makes them feel big. Whereas in Raw and SmackDown, everything's so big. And, like, they feel just like another part of the machine, really. They don't feel very special. I mean, like, you've really got to invest in them and give them a lot of vignettes and kind of go back to them throughout the show to, like, really make them stand out. If you're just going to put them in a match and they have a match, I mean, loads of people have matches, so it doesn't really feel as special. It's a bit harder to make them stand out. Plus, also, the reactions, obviously, are just not as big in America. I mean, if they come out in Mexico, people go absolutely bananas. So, I mean, that obviously makes a massive difference as well. But I think the length of the show, the fact that not many people are on the show every week, but the Grande Americanos have been, that obviously helps. Because the show's only an hour long, any time you're on the show, it feels important. But as opposed to like a 3-hour SmackDown or a 2.5-hour Raw, you can easily get lost a little more. So I think the challenges are different between being on AAA and being on Raw or SmackDown. But I really do love this feud. I'm okay with it continuing. I think hair versus mask makes a lot of sense. I suppose the only issue I would have would be I still just don't see Ludwig losing. So does that just take a little bit of suspense away? But it's so good, why not continue it? Yeah, it's good. Good point, that is. I really like that. I couldn't see Ludwig losing this match, said Steve. I could see Gable wearing a second mask under the mask, though, to prolong the feuds. I don't know what the rules are. I mean, if he does that, it's going to feel a bit cheap in the sense of you've sold me mask versus mask. Someone's got to lose their mask. So if he takes the mask off, there's another one underneath. I mean, I'm guessing someone's done that before. I can't give you an example because I'm not someone that watches Mexican wrestling, right? But I don't know. That would feel cheap to me. But then is there a way that they could make him take that second mask off as well? Like, unmask means you unmask all the masks. Any mask that you've got, all the masks you've got, you take them off. I don't know. That's an interesting one, that is. That's an interesting one. Because I think, like, they've done so well and they've built it up to this moment. I really think that you run the risk of just making the fans feel a little bit cheated if you don't, like, pull the trigger. But could Chad try something like that? I could see him trying that. I think it's a good shout because I could see him trying that. But I'd like to think that Rey Mysterio, the new authority figure, would step in and would be like, no, it's not going down that way. Take that mask off as well. Ian said, Daze, great to see you and you, but the rumors are, I hope the rumors are true. Jacob, risk of injury. Do we think WWE could pivot? Yeah, so I feel like this thing's being blown a little bit out of proportion. I, on the breakdown, wrote concern, and I think that's an accurate way of framing it, right? I think there is concern, but I mean, I've had Joshua in our community tagged me in a post from Facebook where it was proclaiming the match was cancelled. It's not been cancelled. There's no word of Jacob and Roman being cancelled. So I feel like people are taking this out of, proportion. I feel like it's being blown into something it's not. I mean, the truth is exactly the same. There hasn't been an update today. So the last post we saw is the one that we spoke about at the very, very beginning of the SmackDown Breakdown video, which is that WWE are confident that Jacob's going to be okay. But if he's not, then yes, there are potential pivots that they are planning on, right? So you're going to get a match with Roman tomorrow. It's believed to be Jacob. And I would say the odds of that are 80 to 90% that it's Jacob. I'm feeling really good about it. Wrestlers have bangs and knocks all the time. It's quite rare for a wrestler to be wrestling at 100%. They've normally got some sort of issue, shoulder problem, neck problem, back problem, I mean, this is a massive, massive match. The only way I can see Jacob not competing in it is if it's just absolutely, he just can't move. It's just not happening for him. I mean, they will find a way of getting the match over the line. So I think that for me, I'm feeling pretty good. Roman Jacob goes ahead. There's been no word that it's been cancelled today. Everything's looking fine. But it's, like I said yesterday, it's just worth being aware that there was an issue at a house show. There is some concern that's kind of backstage. They are operating under the assumption that it's still going ahead. But if it does not, then yes, there will be a pivot. So no change on the situation today. I've obviously got like all the big news outlets in a list. I like using lists on X, so I can just go to all the news outlets and just see what's being said, the latest news. I really recommend it, actually. I think it's a really good, useful way of just keeping up with stuff. So, I've got like Sean Rossap and WrestleVotes, PW Insider, all of those, and even the people that just report those news stories in case I miss anything. I've got them into a news folder, and then from there, I can just see the latest news. So by going through that today, which I did just before this stream, I can tell you there is no news about any update in regards to Jacob. Anything outside of that, this is where it might run the risk of sort of being fabricated or exaggerated. So yeah, as far as I know, as of right now, all good. We're still going ahead. But yeah, I have been tagged in people that have kind of blown those sort of things out of proportion. Kelly the Wise Lady, Charmaine Elevates, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Metal Mama, and Ryder. Shout out to you guys. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate the support. Obviously, we do lots of member streams each week. We weren't able to get a member stream in yesterday due to the 2 streams that we did, but we should have... Will we have a full complement? We might have a full complement. I need to have a look at that, actually, because we're still in Europe, aren't we? I mean, it's only going to be the Friday that's going to be the problem, but certainly every other stream's going to be fine. I will look into that. But yeah, we will have, streams all going next week as well. So lots going on the member side. The other thing as well, Hall of Fame voting is live, right? There was a technical issue with YouTube. Last night after SmackDown, I went to the members side to have a look and see who had been nominated. And it only showed one comment. And I was like, what's going on here? So I left it a couple of hours, went back, still, it was just showing one comment. It had nearly 40 comments, but it was only showing me one. So I was like, okay, I'll try this again today. I've come back today and it's fine. It works now. So today it's now showing all the comments. So I just jotted them all down. And we've got that poll running now. So the Community Hall of Fame is live. I've added up all the nominations. You can vote on that now. We'll announce the new person that goes in tomorrow. So that is up and live now. Metal Mama said, how are you? Mom and Dad, been a while, wanted to check in. How? What? My mom and dad? Is that what you're asking? How are you? Mom and Dad's been a while, wanted to check in. Is that a penis? Is that what you've sent over? It's a bit inappropriate, Metal Mama, but certainly whilst you're talking about my mom and dad as well. It did look like a spiky penis with a couple of testicles attached. And I'm not sure why you felt the need to send that over. I'm not complaining, but, you know. In a way, it's an old school dick pic that you've just sent me there. So, thanks for that. But in regards to how I'm doing all right. I'm excited. I mean, genuinely, and not because of the picture you sent me, but because of the fact that we've got wrestling this weekend. 2 days of wrestling. We've got AAA tonight, Clash in Italy tomorrow. Then we're back for Raw on Monday. We got NXT on Tuesday. So yeah, I mean, this is great. I'm not very good when there's not wrestling on, to be honest. On a Thursday, whatever, that's when and I'm trying to get stuff put together, get streams set up or whatever. That's when I kind of like. I'm at a bit of a loss. So I just love streaming. I love talking about wrestling and digging into people's thoughts. So if I'm doing that, then I'm good. I'm happy. So yeah, doing good. And thank you for the imagery that you sent over, but please don't feel the need to ever do that again. Laxo said, who were the 4 nominees for the Hall of Fame? The nominees for the Hall of Fame, let me have a look. So the way it works, for those that don't know, is obviously we're very fortunate to have quite a few members on the channel. This is largely thanks to people like King Yeti, Phantom, Dormouse, loads of people that have fired in like gifted memberships and people that have decided to be members. And I try to cater for the members with doing lots of different streams, right? And so what we do is we put a post up saying, right, give me your nomination. And so all the members put in a name. So the way that I try to get them to do it is, think about the people that are on the streams a lot. Think about the people that you see, week in, week out, people that are always contributing, always talking about wrestling, making this place a better place. Who is it that's kind of got your attention, And so they can nominate anyone. You don't have to be a member or not a member. You have to be a member to nominate, though, right? And so what we do is we add those together, and then they go into the poll. So the nominations so far, or the 4 nominations in the poll, are Casey, Mosey, Tyler Hayes, and Will H. So those are the 4 names that made it this time. And at the moment, we do have a leader, but I'm not going to say because I'm not going to influence anything. So, but I can tell you that there is a runaway leader at the moment. So far, we've only had 116 votes. Normally, we get closer to 500 plus votes. So that's still got a long, long way to go. But yes, it is up and running right now. Okay, Bobby. Hello, Bobby. Hope you're doing well, buds. Bobby, shout out to you, my friends. Bobby said, I just came in here and I wanted to say hi. I can't wait for Wrestle Feud on the 10th. Everyone is going to see my beautiful face. Bobby, shout out to you. Yeah, that's something we do on the members side. It's a big success, actually. I kind of always knew it would be. It's where we bring a couple of members on and we play that game. You might remember that I keep asking during the NXT streams for you to answer some questions. Well, that always goes into a quiz that we play on the Wednesday. So, it'll be good, Bobby. Looking forward to that. So, haven't looked actually who's playing this week. I need to have a look into that. But we tend to do that every Wednesday. So, yeah, be good. Be good to get you on and get your beautiful face shown off, bud. Dortnight, hello. Daze, I wish I was here more, but I find my way home. Dortnight, hello. I honestly, I just think it's great that even if there's people that can't join us on a regular basis, or, they've got work, they've got life commitments, people's lives change. And I know that better than anyone because we've been doing streams since 2018. And the community we've got now is close to 100% different to the community we had when we first started. And that's because of change. People fall out of love with wrestling, maybe fall out of love with the channel. And they are in education, then they go to work, they are living in one place, then they go and move. Things just change. And you can't expect people to just hang around and be here year after year after year after year. So I totally get it. So this is why I always try to be very open and welcoming, because I know that new people coming in and joining us is so important, because I know that people are constantly leaving and stepping away for different reasons. So I hope that we are a very open, welcoming community. I hope that comes across. But this is why when you've got people that, have had to step away momentarily or whatever, it's good to know that they still feel good about coming back, So, great. It's lovely to see you. Yeah. Share your thoughts. Hang around with us. Pop in anytime. Everyone is always welcome to return. And, it's great. Love it. I really do understand why people have to step away. Of course, it's life. Everyone's lives change. My life is completely different compared to where I was 10 years ago. So as a result, it's just great to see some people kind of coming back when we do these bigger streams. It's cool. So I hope life's treating you well, buds. Shining Wizard, hello. Said, do we want to see TKO? Want more younger, cheaper talent? So a lot of older people might be on their last contract. Did you see TKO want more younger, cheaper talent? So a lot of older people might be on their last contract. This is a conversation that was had the other day, actually. I think it's an interesting point. I think it's a conspiracy theory, but it's a conspiracy theory that I can sort of side with. It's a conspiracy theory that I can sort of not agree with, but I can see where people are coming from. The business world is it's a dog eat dog world. I think that it's hard to understand as just a viewer, but wrestling has kind of always been that way. Vince was very much that way. The wrestling business was that way. It is, and every business is pretty much that way, where you are fighting for a piece of the pie, and it is a dog-eat-dog world, and the tactics that you employ might not be, the most ethical tactics. And I'm not saying that it's right, but what I am saying is that if everyone is doing that and everyone is cutting corners, you're going to find it really challenging if you don't do that as well. It is dog-eat-dog, and you've got to make sure that you survive. So I think the point that I'm trying to make is that I'm not sure that that's what TKO have done. If it is, I can't say I would be massively surprised. I think they are ruthless, business-minded, but I think it's not right to just think it's only them. I don't think it's right to think that they're this evil corporation, and if we was to get someone else in, that the replacement would act any better or any different. I think I've seen enough from the business world, having worked in it as well, worked in retail, and kind of seen what's gone on in that industry, and some of the tactics and things that have gone on there. And then, of course, you hear stories, don't you, about other businesses, car companies, and, all this kind of stuff, and about what they get up to, and dodgy business practices and insider trading and blah, blah, blah. Downscaling, combining departments to save money. You hear about this kind of stuff all the time. So TKO, to me, could they have done that? Could they have got rid of some of the old talent to just replace it with young, cheaper talent? to a degree, I think there is a chance that some of that has happened, yes. I do think it's a little bit more complicated than that, though, because I don't think it makes good business sense to kind of just be getting rid of your old talent, because there is value, business value, to obviously having people that you've built up. I mean, those names that have been around for a while, those names are people that I would imagine are still bringing in views, still driving merch numbers. I think TKO probably would look at what merch numbers you're generating, how many Google searches you're generating. They've probably got some good data that tells them where you can benchmark. I mean, imagine a spreadsheet. I think this is a quite good way of looking at it, actually. Imagine a spreadsheet where you've got every wrestler's name, and next to their name, you've got the amount of money they made in merch sales, yeah? And then you've got their Google search information next to that. Then you've got their average video view on YouTube. And, you know, you can just go down, like, you know, all the different metrics. So every time they're on TV, what's the average rating of their segment? How many people are watching when they're on TV? And you'll have all this data. And by using all that data, you could probably put everyone into a bit of a ranking order, right? So you'd be able to kind of rank everyone. So the person that has the best merch, the best video views, the best Google searches, that person goes at the top. The person with the worst in those goes down there, right? What you would then do is you'd go, right, the very bottom are clearly people I don't need. They're not working for me. So I could get rid of those. The middle is people that I can keep, but they need to be on a certain wage, right? They need to be kind of more entry level wage because they're not generating much. They're generating something. It's worth keeping them, but they're not generating much. And then the people at the very top, that's my top talent. I mean, I'd imagine that's where you find your Romans, your Rheas, your Codys, your Punks, your Drews. That's your top talent, yeah? So I think what you would do is you would look at that, and then, so your top talent, you probably just go, fine, ain't touching that. But that middle bracket of people that you're interested in keeping, you would look at the wages there, and I bet it is quite eye-opening, because you would look at the wages and you'd probably see that some people were being paid $350,000 because they've not long come up from NXT, like an Oba, or someone that's just come in quite cheap, like maybe a Danhausen. But then you might also have someone that's getting paid $3 million because they've been in the company a while, like, say, I don't know, a Kofi or maybe a Miz, and they've been in the company a long time, and, you know, they just aren't generating anything anymore. You could go to Triple H and go, listen, this person's getting paid $3 million. Is there anything we can do to get them higher up this list? Because if they're going to stay here, or you're going to tell me they're going to stay here, we've got to drastically cut down this wage. So if you look at it like from a business point of view with a spreadsheet and numbers, I think you could probably make a case for why you would reduce wages in certain areas and why you would take some of the action that's been taken, right? I don't think it is as simple as, you know, get rid of the old people, the older people, invest in the young people, bring the wage down that way. I think there's probably a much more business-minded approach that you could take that's going to be more beneficial to the business to kind of get things better in line. And I think that, you know, I'm not saying they've done that, but if I was given the task of kind of looking at where the wages should be in comparison to what the person is providing, that would be a starting point, what I've just briefly laid out. I'm not saying that would be everything I would do, because you'd have to have conversations with Triple H, because not everything, you know, future plans and potential is not shown in those numbers. So, you know, it could be that Trick Williams is not generating great numbers at the moment, but Triple H knows that he will. And so that might be a curveball, you know? So you'd want to kind of approach it that way. So I think, the point you raised is really interesting but I do think that thoughts on the level that we've just given there to that conversation, I don't think people, the average Joe on X, tends to go to that length. I don't think you tend to get that kind of level of thought. I think that people hear a conspiracy like that and they go, yeah, that's happened. And you get a lot of that goes on online. Whereas for me, I kind of like, because I've been in business and I've kind of worked in a retail company for 15 years and worked my way through that company, I'm used to kind of dealing with financials. And so I kind of find it quite interesting digging into how would I approach that? What's the kind of data that I would expect them to be looking at if they were to cut someone? What would justify the cut? Obviously, age would play a part. Bringing wages down, of course, where you can do it. TKO are going to want to do it. But you don't want to do it if it's someone that's kind of earning their keep. I mean, if there's someone really generating numbers, then, you don't need to touch their wage. They are more than covering their wage with what they're contributing. But I bet there are some people that no longer justify the wage that they're on. To be honest with you, all of that for me is fine. Like, I don't have an issue with TKO doing that work. I think that's good work. I think that's the kind of thing that a good, healthy business should do. The problem I've got is if you've said to someone, I'm going to pay you $3 million over the next 5 years, I don't think it's right that 2 years in you then release that person or ask them to take a pay cut. To me, you've already committed to that. You shouldn't have done it in the first place. The contract should have been shorter. The wage should have been lower. I understand that things can change in a couple of years, but that was the gamble that you took. Like, that was the risk you were willing to take. If you're just going to be making people take pay cuts during their contracts or releasing them during their contracts, then no contract is worth the paper it's written on. And I don't like that. That to me is like, that's too dirty. No one can... I don't think it's good for morale. I don't think it paints the company in a good light. You're certainly not a company that's, a man of your word, It's just no contract is worth the paper it's written on. It just seems like if someone has a bad run now, this time next year, they've got a year of bad numbers. When it's time to look at who we're going to cut, absolutely anyone could be on the chopping block. Maybe not a Roman or someone like that, but I don't know. What if Liv just falls off a cliff, starts having bad matches, a couple of bad promos, creative don't use her. Fast forward a year. I don't know what money she's on now, but she could be on a chopping block. You just don't know how long you're going to be able to remain with the company, do you? I mean, your contract doesn't mean anything. You might have a contract for 4 or 5 years. It doesn't mean anything. You could be gone in 2. And I don't think that's going to make you do your best work, to be honest. I don't feel like you're ever going to feel settled or safe. I mean, I suppose in a way it's good to not feel too comfortable. But I don't know. I don't like any of that. That's the stuff I'm not a fan of. I think if you've identified that The Miz needs to be getting paid less, I would like to see us get to the end of his current contract and then offer him a new contract at a much lower wage and go, look, this is where we think you are now. We can't keep adding and adding and adding money to your wage. Like, we think we need to go drastically down now compared to the kind of money you're generating. I don't think that's unfair. I don't think that's unfair. I think that this is like a sport, isn't it? You've got to think like this is a sport. It's got a shelf life. Your skills are going to diminish when you get to your 40s. So the bulk of your money should be getting made in your 30s. When you get to your 40s, your contract should be really good. But this is where it could start kind of going down. And I don't think that's unfair. We see that in football. We see that in football as like stars have to kind of go to smaller clubs once they've peaked. Because, they just, they're not as good as the young footballers coming through. I'm sure the same is true in the NFL. And I think there's not a problem for that to be the same in wrestling. But I think this is just where a lot of fans are kind of getting their heads around this. And we don't like to see anyone getting paid less. You know, these are all people that we admire. So anyone that's going to take a pay cut in wrestling, we're going to feel sorry for, of course. So it's a dark side. It's a dirty side. Again, I think the point I'm making is that TKO are a business. It's a dog-eat-dog world. I don't think they're alone. Vince was doing a lot of this kind of stuff as well. I think pretty much any company that would take over, I think, would do similar. You have got a few ethical companies out there. I'm not going to say everyone, but I do think they're the minority. And, you know, if it wasn't for cutting these types of corners, if it wasn't for doing this kind of work, who knows where WWE would be now? It may have lost some battles. It might not have won against WCW. I mean, WCW does not exist anymore. And maybe WWE would not exist anymore, you know, against taking on the various companies that it's kind of battled against over the years. You know, it's had battles against AEW, battles against TNA, battles against WCW, big battles in the early days against the territories, as it was battling to try and break out and become a global entity. In fact, that documentary was on last night, wasn't it? I haven't seen it. WWE Made in America. I'd like to see that. I don't think it's going to really be the documentary I'm looking for. I'm looking for a real deep dive into the business side. I think it's just going to probably be telling the story of WWE from the 1980s. I'd love a deep dive into the business side. I actually think Linda McMahon's autobiography would be incredible. She was more the business CEO for WWE. She was the one that was kind of really looking after the numbers. Vince was looking after the creative, really. Linda McMahon is more important to the history of WWE than people realize. She really was kind of spinning a lot of plates, taking meetings and relationships with different companies and networks behind the scenes. She was pulling a lot of strings. And Vince was really looking after the on-screen product and, of course, working with Linda as well behind the scenes. But she did a lot. Her autobiography would be really interesting. Really. And Vince's, of course. But I don't think we'll ever get a Vince one. I'm not sure we'll ever get a Linda one. I'm sure there's a lot of things they wouldn't want us to know about. I think that company's done some pretty dirty stuff throughout its history. TKO, it's nothing new. So... yeah, a lot covered there, but hopefully there's a bit that people kind of go, okay, yeah, interesting. Bobby, appreciate it, bud. Firing in some memberships. Really appreciate that, my friends. Thank you, buds. Okay, if you are just joining us, we are live for AAA. Not loads going on, actually. I mean, I'm just looking at the news as it's coming in. It's quite slow at the moment. It feels a little bit like the calm before the storm. Kind of feels a little bit like we are just building our way towards tonight's show. There's not even loads of chatter really about tomorrow at the moment. I can't say that I've seen much kind of coming out of like rumors or anything. There's no word of anyone making a surprise appearance tomorrow. We know that Santino was someone that they were interested in, and apparently that had been discussed, but that's it. No word that it's actually going to happen. So apparently Santino had been mentioned. There's maybe a chance of seeing him tomorrow for a fun little moment. But again, it's not something that I am holding my breath on. I could see them absolutely just doing the matches. No word on Drew, although chatter is that he's finished filming. No word on Randy. Last I heard, he just said, leave me alone. I'm trying to enjoy a bit of time off. They could come back. So, yeah, I don't know. It's all a little bit quiet at the moment. If anyone's heard any other rumours, feel free to let us know. Daze, I couldn't remember the channel that I used to watch wrestling on in the old days. It was called Screen Sports. It was bought out by Eurosport back in the 90s, said Pete Ivy. Right, that's interesting. Yeah, Pete Ivy, thank you. I think that's really interesting. You were saying that you was watching back in the 80s. Screen Sport, a European sports network owned by W.H. Smiths, apparently. Never heard of that. And apparently it went out of business 93. It got replaced by Eurosport. So 84 to early 93, but not a company I'd ever heard of. But apparently it was like owned by W.H. Smiths. That's weird. That's interesting. I like that. I do find it interesting learning about how kind of wrestling was shown, where it was shown. Certainly in those earlier days, like 80s going into early 90s. I was chatting, I can't remember who I was talking to, but I was chatting away with, was it? I can't remember who it was now. But I was chatting away with someone and I was asking them about World of Sport, because World of Sport wrestling was shown in the UK. And I was asking them, like, did they used to show American stuff on that? And I think the general consensus is yes, but we're not 100% sure. But I heard that in the UK, they did used to show some WWF stuff on TV in the UK in the 60s and the 70s. But it would just be the odd match. Like, let's go over to America now. Here's such and such versus such and such. And that's just really cool to me. To think that, like, I don't know, Killer Kowalski or Bruno Sammartino, Pedro Morales, whoever, Bobo Brazil, Gorilla Monsoon might have been getting shown on, like, just normal TV here in the UK. This is all before my time, so all of that stuff I find quite interesting because obviously I didn't experience it. Daze, okay, we read that one. Oh, hello, we froze. We have froze. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, I should be back. Backstreet's back. Backstreet's back. All right. There we go. Boom. In a blaze of glory, I am here. Corey said, we're going to be starting soon in about 2 hours, 10 minutes. Yes. Yes. Feel free to get your thoughts in. FW Clips said, where can I watch? It's on YouTube, my friends. So, AAA on YouTube. Said starts in about 2 hours, 10 minutes. Pete Ivy said there was good shows on there. AWA, NWA, WCCW, and Stampede. Oh, what, really? All on that? That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I think a lot of those companies were done, weren't they? Like, at different points in the 80s. NWA continued, but in a very weird sense. Hello, Trini. Hope you're doing well. I remember Screen Sport used to show AWA, said Dawn. Oh, okay. Sparking some memories. TJF said, I remember when it used to be on Channel 4. Big time, said Daze. Carlito on Chris Van Vliet said that he had signed a 2-year deal but had a 3-year option which he regretted not taking because he had no idea that the run went as well as it did. Interesting. For some reason, I thought the 2 p.m. version of last night's SmackDown was better than the later version, and yet they had the same show, said Benito. Actually, the later version of the stream seemed to enjoy it a little bit more. It's very interesting whenever we do those 2 watch-alongs, and the reason why we do 2 watch-alongs for certain SmackDowns is because obviously it gets shown live on Netflix, and then it will get shown in America later on USA Network. That doesn't happen for Raw. Raw is just live, so on Monday, I don't know where we are for Raw. I think we're still in Italy, but it'll just be live on Netflix, and that's it. So there'll only be the 1 stream, because it's not getting shown later anywhere, right? So there'll only be the 1 stream. But obviously with SmackDown in America, SmackDown gets shown at its usual time on USA Network, so we do the 2 streams. And it's a nightmare to try and stay in sync, right? But we do our best. In regards to the scoring, it was largely in line apart from the fact that the later stream seemed to enjoy the matches a bit more than the earlier stream. But the earlier stream said that Ricky Saints versus Carmelo Hayes was a great match. They said it was great. But the later stream just said it was good. They weren't really blown away, even though they were more positive about the matches overall. That one match they were quite down on. So, yeah, it was very interesting, like having two different groups of people. By and large, what we've learned is that the scores are never drastically different. You'll get the odd match, but by and large, they're normally like a couple of percent. So I kind of like that. Gives me a lot more confidence in our match ratings. That it doesn't really matter what group is with us. The match ratings tend to be about the same. But you do obviously get the odd exception where there's a big swing. And we did see that with that Ricky Saints Carmelo match. There was quite a big difference between the two streams. But I like both, actually. I feel like the first one is the proper one where I'm watching stuff for the first time and I'm getting stuff for the breakdown video and blah, blah, blah. We're, reacting and experiencing things. The second one, I can be more chilled. The second one, I ain't got to put stuff into folders for a breakdown video. I've already seen stuff, so I kind of, I'm just keeping an eye on stuff. Obviously, we're still talking, but conversation drifts a little more on that second one. But also it gives me an opportunity to kind of rewatch any bits I want to rewatch. And I really wanted to rewatch the Cody promo because I did not rate it. And actually I saw today Mark Henry did not rate it either. Mark Henry came out and he was like, I think Cody was acting quite heelish with his promo. I didn't detect that he was acting heelish. I just think it was misjudged. I think they had an idea as to what they wanted to do with his promo, and I just think it was the wrong call, and I think it was just misjudged. But it was funny how, or interesting how Mark Henry actually felt it was a little bit of a heelish promo. What he was pointing out was, you're gonna mock Gunther for losing a load of weight and no longer being in the bingo halls. You're gonna say something along the lines of, I know you want this championship, otherwise you'd still be 300 pounds wrestling in the indie halls. Mark Henry was like, I don't think that was a babyface thing to say. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I don't really read that into that. But I just thought the whole concept of the promo was flawed. I just really didn't like what Cody was saying at all. I didn't think it made much sense. I mean, Gunther said, I want that belt. And Cody says, you're a liar because I know you want everything else that goes with it. And it's like, I don't think he does. I don't think he does want the fans singing his theme song. I think that's what Cody wants. I think Cody has revealed, actually, in that promo, what he wants, which is he wants the fans singing his songs. He wants their affection, I don't think Gunther does. If anything, that promo probably revealed more about Cody and Cody's mindset than it did Gunther's. I mean, if this is the start of a turn, and actually Gunther can go, what you said last week about me wanting the fans singing my song, or me wanting to go and do the media stuff, that's not me, but that is you. You need their attention. You need their affection. And if you're going to use it that way, then we could have an interesting, little feud on the go here, something to get our teeth into. There's a way of kind of using what was said in the future, but I'm not convinced that's why it was said. I just think that the promo was misjudged. I just think that it just fell flat for me. So I wanted to listen to that back to make sure I didn't mishear anything or didn't get the context wrong. I wanted to make sure that did he really, is that what he said? Did I miss something there? And so I've watched it twice. I actually watched it 3 times because I wanted to watch it away from the streams as well. And yeah, I mean, that's how it comes across to me. I Gunther says you're a mark for yourself. And Cody's like, you're a liar if you're going to tell me you don't want those things. But I don't think he does, Cody. I really don't think he does. I don't know who's looking at Gunther thinking Gunther's desperately wanting the fans to sing his song. So, yeah, not a fan, man. Really not a fan. I thought it was a big miss on that promo from Cody. Gunther stuff was brilliant, though. Brilliant. You know, you're calling me a liar, but I promised Goldberg I would retire him, and I did. I promised AJ Styles I would retire him, and I did. And I promised your mentor, John Cena, that I was going to humble him. I was going to make him tap out, and I did. And I promise you, Cody, I am going to choke you out, and I'm going to take this most precious of prizes. And you go, oh, let's go. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to that match between Cody and Gunther. I feel like Cody's retaining, but I like the promo from Gunther. I mean, he's kind of put it all on the table there, hasn't he? I promised that person, it happened. I promised that person, it happened. I promised that person, it happened. I promise you, I'm taking your belt. Who doesn't want to see what's going to happen on Sunday now? You know? Let's go. So, yeah, that was good. He did a good job. Word Live, shout out to you. Did we notice two digs at the Indies in 1 week? Dark State on NXT and then Cody on SmackDown. Is it a coincidence, or is WWE trying to monopolize the pipeline? I think it's a coincidence. I really do. I don't think... I mean, first of all, NXT is got a completely different creative team to the main roster. There isn't anyone that's kind of overseeing both. I mean, technically Triple H, but Triple H leaves Shawn to it, right? Triple H has more than got his plate full with Saturday night's main event, Clash in Italy. You know, it's exactly the same with AAA. Technically, Undertaker and everyone answer to Triple H. Triple H is the overseer of all content creation, right, for WWE. So technically, this is why at the end of a AAA show and the credit comes up, you'll have Lee Fitton, you'll have Triple H, you'll have Mark Calloway, right, on the credits. And at the end of... I don't know if they do it on NXT, actually. I can't remember if they put credits up. I don't think they do they? Put credits up at the end of NXT. Well, I wonder why. I wonder why they do it at the end of main roster and AAA, but not at the end of NXT. But anyway, I think it's coincidental because I think they're completely different creative teams. There would have to have been a message, a specific message from Triple H to Shawn Michaels to say, can you drop something in where we just have a little diss at the Indies? It's so just, what's the point? Do you know what I mean? If he's got time to do that, I mean, we've got big problems. Everything is worse than I thought. I mean, SmackDown feels like it's on flipping fire and not in a good way. It feels like it's a dumpster fire. You've got people saying that they want to, stop watching. There's all this pressure on ratings. You've got all the drama of the releases and pay cuts. People that are not being used. How are we going to use Julia? How can we get more out of her? How can we, get more out of the tag division? You've got all these problems, and yet Triple H is going to have time to pick up a phone to Shawn Michaels and go, hey, in a promo for Dark State, can you just have a little dig at the Indies? Do you know what I mean? Like, that just seems so stupid to me. Like, it's unfathomably stupid. Like, to think that that's what happens. It has to be a coincidence that just in a couple of promos, they've just had a little pop at the Indies, right? And they've kind of downplayed the Indies. To be honest, I don't think WWE would even necessarily want to do that because they've got these relationships with different companies like Reality of Wrestling. I mean, Reality of Wrestling is an indie promotion, and it's Booker T's indie promotion. I don't know about the American Nightmare Factory or whatever, if they put on their own shows. I would imagine they do. I'd imagine they put on some shows to the local area or whatever. I'm not sure, but they're like a training school. And I know that they're part of the WWE ID. I think Beyond Wrestling might be as well. There's quite a few, isn't there, that basically WWE work with. They work with the indies. So you've got this WWE ID belt that kind of is defended on the indies. There's a belt that's defended. And WWE is constantly looking for the best indie talent to then bring into Evolve. So actually, it doesn't make any sense for WWE to have a pop at the indies, because the opposite is true. They're actually trying to win over the indies. They actually want to entice the indies to work with them, because they want to cut the supply line off to AEW. They don't want AEW to get the best indie talent, because if AEW get the best indie talent, and they've got this like steady stream of great wrestlers, that's a problem for WWE. WWE need that stream coming to them. So what they've tried to do is they've reached out to several promotions. They've made them official WWE ID affiliates. I don't know exactly what that means. I would imagine it means that there is some financial support. I'm guessing it means that their programming is highlighted on a regular basis on social media and on Evolve. Whenever some talent is used from their promotion, their promotion gets a mention on Evolve. And so they're trying to actually work with the indies. They're actually trying to find a way of, kind of getting closer to them, so that good talent that's out there, because there is good talent out there. There's always been good talent out there. A lot of the talent we have now, not all of it, but a good percentage has come through the indies. Seth Rollins was Tyler Black in Ring of Honor. Sami Zayn was El Generico. Kevin Owens was Kevin Steen. In fact, actually, believe it or not, last night I was watching a Candice LeRae match from Beyond, and Jordan Grace made the save. So, Candice LeRae, Jordan Grace. I know Bayley was out there on the indies as well. Quite a few people that are in WWE came through the indies. It's a real supply line of talent for them. And we're seeing it now. There's a lot of people that come in through that ID program into Evolve. So, no, the complete opposite is true. The complete opposite is true. WWE does not want to alienate the indies. It doesn't make any sense for them to want to kind of upset the indies or anything like that. But it's a bit like if you talk down on the indies, right, in a promo, I don't think any one person's going to get necessarily offended, right? I think it's a little bit like saying I hate the IWC. No one person is going to get offended. The truth is that a lot of us just collectively make up the IWC. But, if you have a pop at the IWC, it's not like I'm having a pop at any of you individually. You're just kind of having a pop more at some of the stupid comments you see online, or, some of the negativity you see online, or some of the hate stuff that circulates online. And so you kind of, you're having a pop at that. So it's not like all of us get offended when the IWC get a mention in a negative way. And I think that's true of the indies as well. There's quite a few of them. And, WWE actually works with several. So, no, I'm very, very confident that it's just coincidental. And for some very good reasoning, I don't think it makes any sense for WWE to want to be sending any messages out of negativity towards the indies. So, good comment, because it was a good one to kind of get teeth into. Bobby said, I just watched Hogan Backlund from 83. It's not a bad match, but it shows how different Hogan used to wrestle. Hogan Backlund from 83. I don't know that I've seen that match. That's interesting. Are we sure that's correct? Because I don't think I've seen that match. And in my mind, I'm thinking Hogan was in AWA, comes back to WWE, could be right at the end of 83, but might be early 84. He comes back and gets the belt pretty much straight away from the Iron Sheik. And that's like early 84. and he's a face. Comes back as a face. Bob Backlund was a face. So how are we doing face versus face? Hogan versus Bob Backlund in 83. How are we doing that? Why are we doing that? I need more Bob, I need more info on that match. If you've got a link to it, send it over, because I've not seen that. Why is Hogan coming back maybe at the end of 83, early 84 as a face from the AWA? Bob Backlund, I'm guessing, would be the champion at that time. So did we do face versus face for the title in 83? Because I don't know that, to be honest. So I'd be interested in some information there. Shadow Knight said, I feel like Cody acts like a heel a lot against other heels, but gets praised for it. Breaking into McIntyre's home, would even cheat to get a win, says Shadow Knight. Shadow Knight, shout out to you. I think it's very difficult because, for me, Cody's a face, but I think that if you're cheated, if a heel is cheating you, I think it's largely accepted that you can cheat back. You know, I mean, I feel like with Drew, there was lots of stuff that happened in that feud. I mean, I remember Drew breaking into Cody's coach, and actually, didn't he set fire to a picture that Cody had? I remember Drew being backstage and setting fire to this thing. So, I mean, there will have been a lot of things that Drew would have done to Cody. At some point, Cody has got to respond. So if Cody's going to break into Drew's house, is he a heel at that point? Or is it just retaliation? And I think the framing of it is interesting. For me, I would view it as retaliation. If Drew was just saying a few things and Cody responded by breaking into Drew's house and it felt like a major escalation, then I think we've got a conversation then about, oh, that's a bit too far. Have we overstepped a mark there, you know? Have we overstepped a mark? That I think would be interesting, because that's where we could start getting into conversations about him turning heel. But actually, I don't know. For me, I think that it's more retaliation with a lot of those examples. The other thing, what was the other thing that you said? Even cheating to get a win. Yeah, I do find that a little quite interesting. The cheating to win. We've seen it before where I think Kevin and Drew both brought weapons into the ring to use. They didn't successfully use them, but Cody did. He didn't get the weapon. He didn't introduce it. It was the heels that introduced them so they could cheat. They didn't succeed with it, but Cody used it to his advantage. I think it's a very interesting, I don't want to, you could say grey area, but it ain't like Cody is going and undoing turnbuckles. It ain't like Cody is grabbing chairs, hitting them, chucking them out, and then getting the pin, you know? We're not seeing that from Cody, but what we are seeing from Cody is using things to your advantage, maybe not introducing them, but using them to your advantage. If in your opinion that makes him heel, okay, I can't really, change your mind on that. But what I think I can explain is that a lot of people probably view it more as retaliation or kind of using things to your advantage when they'd already been introduced by a heel, like weapons, I'm thinking primarily, And normally in the builds, there will have been plenty of stuff that's kind of been done to Cody to sort of wrong him in the build as well. So I think that there is a very interesting video package that could be made if you took these things out of context. I mean, I remember, I think it was the second match with Seth, Cody actually wins by getting a handful of tights. And that was the second match with Seth after he came back. And I remember thinking at the time, I don't like that. I don't think Cody as a babyface should be doing that. The truth is, though, Seth was trying to do it to Cody moments before, and Seth couldn't. Cody did, and he succeeded. Out of context, you could present that as the clues were there all along, right? I remember him doing something to Drew on, I think, a Saturday night's main event. Chair DDT, was it? Or a crossroads onto a chair? Again, I don't believe Cody had introduced that chair. So out of context, he's used that to his advantage. This is the kind of thing that's being discussed and explored at the moment with Sammy, because Sammy's saying, I tried to help you with Gunther, and you capitalized, and you pinned me. And you can sort of see Sammy's point there. Cody is making it clear, though, no, my red line is anything after the bell has rung is fair game. If I use a chair that's been introduced into the ring to try and get the win, I'm going to use it. If you're going to get distracted by, trying to help deal with Gunther, then, I'm going to use that as my opportunity. I do think some of it slips into a grey area. I don't think any of it is him going heel. But I think there is a very interesting video package you could pull together if he does turn one day, where you could go, the clues were there all along, handful of tights against Seth, using a chair against Drew. I think it was another chair against Kevin Owens, capitalizing a couple of times actually against Sammy, where Sammy is trying to help during a match with outside interference. Cody rolls him up and gets the win. I mean, Cody even said, we've been here before, Sammy. You know how I feel about these things. So I think you make some interesting points. But I think for those reasons, that's why people don't view him as being like heel, because the way it's framed and the context it sits in, you can always sort of see the reason as to why he's done what he's done. I do think the stuff with Sammy is kind of interesting. What is the babyface thing that he should have done there? I mean, the match was still going. Should it have been a case that they worked together, got rid of Gunther, shook hands, match continues type thing? Maybe. But equally, I don't know. Perhaps that edge, that you got to take advantage of all opportunities when they arise. Perhaps that was the difference between Cody finishing his story and never finishing his story. Perhaps that was the lesson that Cody had to learn to get to the championship in the first place. Perhaps that is the lesson that Sammy has got to learn now. And maybe when he does learn it, he can then get to a world title. And maybe we're on that journey. I do like the Cody Sammy stuff. I mean, that to me is something very interesting at the moment. Anything that's kind of going to go to that level of depth reminds me a lot of Bloodline. Because it felt to me like the Bloodline was similar, where you were really digging into the characters and how they kind of interacted with each other. And I think what's really interesting is when you have people in certain situations, how do they respond? How do they act? How do they deal with those situations? And I think watching and observing that is very, very interesting. And I think that's, this is what we're doing now. We're putting Sammy, Cody into certain situations. How do they respond? I mean, Sammy not helping Cody and just sort of walking away. That felt like a stone cold heel turn moment. Sammy is saying it wasn't. He's saying, I'm still with my ride or die fans. I think Sammy should have helped, but I can sort of see his point as well. I can sort of understand he feels betrayed. Again, within the context of the fact that he feels like, I didn't even want to have a match with you last week. You made me have a match with you. You wanted to teach me a lesson. During the match, you get attacked. I tried to help you, and how do you repay me? You roll me up and pin me for the win. Then Gunther grabs you, starts choking you out. You want me now, after everything you've done to me, you want me to come and save you? No, you need to learn that your actions have got consequences. Your actions are damaging our friendship. And Sammy said it took everything for him to not help. I think that's a lovely sort of question of what should he have done. And we can debate whether he was right or wrong. And I think it's thought-provoking. I think it's very interesting. I really like it. I feel like there is some really good there is someone in that SmackDown creative team that deserves to keep their job. It might be a creative team of 5 people and 4 of them need to be gone. But there's at least one that I think is doing something interesting, right? I don't know who it is. I don't know who they are. But whoever it is, I think that you're potentially good enough to go onto the Raw creative team, right? You just find yourself in a really bad team right now. So I think there's one person there that's doing some good stuff. Hopefully the same person that wrote Gunther's promo, because I thought that was good. And then the other clowns in the flipping creative team wrote Cody's promo and pretty much the rest of the show. But I do think there is at least one person in SmackDown creative team doing some good stuff. So, yeah, interesting. No, I mean, that's definitely something in WWE that I'm personally enjoying at the moment. So, Shadow Knight, thank you. Bobby, thank you. Word Life, thank you. Bobby said it was 1980. I had another match in my head. Oh, no problems. No, you got me a bit excited there because I was like, ooh, okay, this is interesting. That's something I want to go and see. How did we do that? How did we get to that? Because I know Hogan came back. I want to say it was early 94, but it could have been like very late 83. I know he came back straight away as a babyface and got to the belt really quickly. Vince knew he was the guy. Absolutely knew that he was the guy. And just put the belt on him. That was it. There was no question. I'm building WrestleMania. I'm building everything around this guy. So yeah, that was why I just questioned it. 1980, Hogan's in a different place then. I mean, I believe he's heel at that point. I think he's still heel at that point in 80. It's before Hulkamania as well. He doesn't really find Hulkamania until after Rocky 3 and in AWA. So yeah, that period for Hogan is really interesting. It's a very different period. I don't know that I've seen that match actually. I'm aware that he did face Bob Backlund in that time. He faced Andre the Giant in that time as well, of course, famously. WrestleMania 3 was not their first meeting. And yeah, he was a heel, I believe, at that time. His moveset will have been different. His mannerisms were different. I don't know if he still had Freddie Blassie as his manager. You can get some cool figures, actually, of him with the cape and everything from that sort of time period, that 78 to 80 time period of him being a heel. Mattel have done some figures from that time period. So, yeah, I think it is probably a very worthy watch to see how he worked in that kind of early stage. And I think he probably would show a very different side to his moveset. I know he did the same in Japan as well. He was better than people think. But just, you know, he was never really allowed to show it in those big WrestleMania matches because it was all about keeping it simple and posing. WWE, it's all about connecting with the fans. A lot of it is just posturing. A lot of it is posturing and power moves. And, you know, you don't get so much like mat-based wrestling and, you know, stuff like that. I think with Hogan, Vince just wanted him clothesline, drop kick, leg drop, slam, you know, very simple, maybe a suplex. But, you know, you've seen him over in Japan, he's doing hurricanranas, head scissor takeovers and all this kind of stuff. And you're like, blimey now. I didn't know he was capable of doing such things. So it's interesting how he would be presented in Japan, how he was presented in that heel run in the early days, how he was presented during the peak Hulkamania. They're kind of all a little bit different. So, yeah, I might have to go and find that match myself and check it out. Some brilliant stuff goes up onto WWE Vault. I saw someone from WWE saying they were absolutely blown away by just how engaged everyone was with some of that Vault content. Like, they're really stunned by some of the numbers that some of that older content is generating on YouTube. So I think that's actually worked out quite well for them, if they are to be believed, of course. But there is some fantastic stuff on WWE Vault. They, I think, have even started putting up some content that was never on the network. There's some home video stuff, which I don't remember ever seeing on the network. So I think that they are really digging deep and really finding some stuff that, you know, is kind of not been seen for a while. Unless you've got the home video, of course, the original home video, but many of us do not. Challenger said, you missed my message from earlier. Oh, I'm sorry, but I've just got a list in front of me and I can see it now. Let me go up to it. Am I subscribed to you, bud? Challenger Dark, shout out to you. Sorry, it did. I think it came through with a couple of others. Okay, was you a big TNA fan? I know from the Wrestle Talk guys that TNA was huge in the UK. It was. TNA was on free TV. Loved the channel. Yeah, it was. It was big in the UK. And as you say, it was on free-to-air TV. So, I mean, I did encounter it. But to be honest, the answer is no. At that stage in my life, I was very work orientated because TNA starts in the early 2000s, and that's when I start working in retail. So for me, actually, even juggling work with WWE was a big challenge. I still managed to keep up with it, but there was a lot of shows which I was not able to watch at the time because, you know, the shows were on at like 1 a.m. And so it meant that I obviously was asleep because I was at work the next day. So catching up the next day, there was a lot of that, coming back and watching the shows. There was a lot of waking up, checking results. There was a lot of that. There was, you know, lots of different ways that I kind of kept up with stories and what was happening in WWE. I just didn't have the appetite to bring another company in. I didn't have the time and I didn't have the appetite. So no, sadly not. TNA was just something that was, and to be honest with you, I think this is something people struggle a little bit with. They sort of feel like if you watch wrestling, you watch WWE, then you really should watch everything. But I don't know, I've lived a life where I just have never really had the time to be able to do that. When I was young, I used to go out and play football. I never really felt the need to like bring more wrestling in. I was satisfied with WWE. That scratched the itch. In a way, it's a bit like, you know, with football, I watch Man United and, you know, I might watch the odd other game from if other teams are playing and I'm interested in the result or whatever. But I don't feel the need to watch La Liga. I don't feel the need to watch the Bundesliga, the German league, or the Spanish league, or the Italian league, or MLS in America. I'm quite satisfied with the games that I watch, right? That scratches my itch for football. And I think with wrestling, like WWE has always more than satisfied my need for wrestling. I will keep an eye on stuff. I mean, I've seen matches, the odd match from TNA, of course. I've seen the Samoa Joe, Christopher Daniels, AJ Styles match. I've seen some of the infamous, you know, like when Jeff Hardy at Victory Road was completely off his face and the debacle that was that when he came down. I've seen a few other matches as well, like in the Octagon ring, because obviously the ring in TNA being that shape was a big talking point. So, you know, I've seen a few just random matches just to see like how that would work. So, you know, I remember there being a Dudley Boys one. I've seen a lot of infamous matches from TNA. There was a Dudley Boys one where the cage was electrified and they would actually play the zzz noise whenever they had to act like they were being It's pretty cringe, to be honest, right? It's pretty bad. So I feel like I've seen a lot of infamous matches that people have kind of been talking about throughout the years, but actually sitting down watching TNA, no. I could have. It was widely available. But yeah, just honestly, I said earlier, didn't I, about how I really understand how people can't join us all the time in the community because their lives change. I've lived it. You know, when I was at work, I mean, I used to really put a lot into work. I used to work long hours, as I'm sure many, many, many of you do. I used to work long hours because that was all I had. You know, if that job didn't work out for me, what was I going to do? I didn't really have anything else to fall back onto. There was no, you know, I've got like basic education, but like I never did university. It's not like I'm sat on a degree. I don't even know what degrees are like these days. I mean, I hear a lot of people with degrees complaining that they can't get jobs either. So if you've got like a job, I'd say, you know, you're fortunate. There's a lot of people that are out of work at the moment. I know unemployment in the UK is not in a very good place at the moment. And so, yeah, I loved my job as well, working in retail. I loved it. It was never a problem to go to work. I got up with a spring in my step and I loved it. So for me, juggling WWE along with working in retail, working in a job that I loved, brilliant. Yeah, I was more than satisfied. So I just didn't need to bring TNA in. And I think, this is why for me, like, AEW is also just additional. Like, I'm full. My plate's full. I'm really happy with everything that we do. And I'm really happy with the streams that we do and the conversations we have. And hopefully people find them useful or whatever. Even if they disagree with the points I'm making, that's absolutely fine. Like, no problems whatsoever. But hopefully people just enjoy hanging around, sharing their thoughts, sharing their theories. And hopefully many of you are having chats amongst yourselves. And I love when I go in the chat and people are talking to each other. That's how it should be. So, I love what we do now. AEW is just additional to me. I don't need it. Same with TNA. We could bring it in. I could do AEW every Wednesday. I could just drop Evolve. And I could do AEW every Wednesday. I could bring TNA in on a Thursday. Not a problem. I could move the WEP. I'm sure I could speak to Tommy and just move it. We could do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday every single week with wrestling. I just don't need it. I don't feel a need to bring it in. I feel like I'm pretty satisfied with the wrestling that we already cover. And all of that stuff are just, it's additional to me. So we are we're very WWE focused. We always have been. I don't shy away from that. It's the company I fell in love with. It's the company I've grown up watching. It's the company that has given me all those memories. So, I don't have any ill will to TNA. I like the partnership with them. So that's good. I don't have any ill will towards AEW. I watched them. I didn't enjoy it towards the end, as we spoke about the other day. But I don't wish them any ill will right now. I think it's good that there's an alternative out there. And I'm pleased that people enjoy watching it. So, but yeah, just not something that I'm looking to bring back onto my agenda at the moment. I'm more than satisfied. We've already brought in AAA. That kind of came out of nowhere because of the purchase. So, yeah, that one snuck onto my schedule, which I was not expecting. Oh, we got another video that's dropped. So, Challenge the Dark, shout out to you, my friends. I'm guessing you are a TNA fan. I hope you're enjoying it at the moment. I don't really know what they're doing at the moment, but I hope whatever it is, you're enjoying it. Loud boos. Loud boos. Whoa! Throwing bottles? Dude, I honestly, this feud needs to be studied. It needs to be, from the moment these characters arrived to where we are right now, there needs to be essays written about it to have characters that have only arrived a couple of years ago out of thin air and to start the way that it started. I mean, the way that it started was all just like, it was Penta's debut. I think it was Penta's debut in WWE is where this starts, because Penta's first match is against Chad. Penta wins, and I think Chad loses. I don't know if he loses the next week to another luchador or if he'd lost the week before, but Penta realizes that he's got a lucha problem. And do you remember he then goes to Mexico to meet a man? And it turns out, by the way, that he was not in Mexico. He was in Florida. Someone did a kind of got the image of where he was, and they found the location in Florida. So he was not in Mexico. But he went to Mexico, met a man who gave him a mask. That mask was the El Grande mask. And then, of course, he started acting like he was El Grande. And that was meant to be his solution to his lucha problem, was that he was going to become a luchador. So from the moment that it's all started, so the fact that then obviously because he was wearing a mask, there could be a second and a third El Grande. He could do twin magic type thing. and there could be outside interference with people wearing masks. And Ludwig was one of those. Chad then gets injured. Ludwig carries on. People fall in love with him. Chad comes back, claims to be the original. People hate him, and we are where we are. I mean, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. It needs to be properly studied, man. Someone could do an amazing video essay on the history of this, like leading up to this match, this showdown. Someone could do a brilliant breakdown on that. Could be me, but I can't be bothered. So yeah, it's that heat, so good. Okay, Daze, hope you're doing well. Robbo, shout out to you, my friends. Chris said Penta is a beast. I like everything about that dude. Corey said I'd be happy to vote for the Wrestling Daze Hall of Fame, but I can't find the post. It's in. It's just the latest post. If you go to the tab on the homepage, posts, I mean, it should be right at the tippy top. Right at the tiffy top. In fact, let's go to it now. Let's have a look, shall we? Here's the homepage. Looks a bit thin there, doesn't it? That's because that's the upcoming stream, that's the live stream, and then it also puts it there. Anyway, if you click on posts, there she is. Yeah. I mean, I am kind of revealing information I didn't want to be revealing, but it doesn't matter. Get your votes in. Who do you want? We've still only had 167 votes. So this thing can change, and can change quick, because we normally get over 500 votes. So just because we are where we are after 160 odd votes doesn't mean it's where we're going to be after 500 odd votes. So get your votes in. Who do you want to see in the Hall of Fame? Daze, what's your prediction for tonight, says Carr. Yeah, it's a good shout. I don't know, actually. I think it's a little bit tricky, because I feel like with WWE, you can think in the future and go, right, what's the rumours about SummerSlam? What's been teased? All that sort of stuff. I don't have any of that information for AAA. I have none of that information. So, I mean, we could go anywhere, couldn't we? I mean, for example, War Raiders, are they just there to boost this show? Or are they there long term? I haven't heard. What's happening in the future for Pagano and Psycho Clown? Haven't heard. I mean, are they going to split up? They've teased some issues between them in the past. So without that information, it makes it very hard to know what's next. I mean, I think there's a bit of a focus on the tag division on the main roster. If that is true, if that rumor is true that they are trying to focus on that tag division, that would say to me you probably need the War Raiders back. So for that reason alone, I'm going to say that Pagano and Psycho Clown retain, right? Then we've got Wagner versus Vikingo. What's the future for Vikingo? I mean, to me, should we be taking him for NXT? But I wonder if the argument is that he's like too important to AAA and we can't afford to take him away at this time. So I feel like there's got to be a title change somewhere. There's got to be a title change somewhere. So I think I'm going to go Wagner retains, keep Vikingo free. I'm going to go tag titles are retained. Maybe the War Raiders are just here for this show. I think there will be a title change. I think I might go Ray Fenix, gets the job done, and gets the win off Laredo Kid. So Ray Fenix with that championship might look good, him having that belt on Raw, SmackDown. I forget which brand is on, right? I think he's on SmackDown, isn't he? 'Cause we've seen him talking with Sammy. So that could be interesting. So yeah, him with the belt, maybe showing it on the main roster. So I'm going to go Ray Fenix. And then there's no doubt for me in the main event. I think Grande Americano is getting that dub. I think Grande Americano gets the win. I think that it'll be Chad that's going to have to unmask. I think the hatred on Chad, I mean, it's not going to go away once he takes the mask off. You could make an argument that the love for El Grande is going to stay if he takes the mask off. The only thing is, we've sort of been telling this fake backstory about El Grande Americano, and I don't know, if you reveal El Grande to be Ludwig Kaiser, who's not Mexican, and we sort of know that it's him anyway, of course, but like, if it's out there and it's revealed, I don't know, I do just worry that it might lose a little something. It might lose a little something. I think it's a gamble. I think it's a gamble to have Ludwig unmask. And I'm not just talking about this match, I'm talking in the future. I'm talking, like, you know, next match or whatever in the future. I think this El Grande character is over, like crazy. He's talking about the history of Mexican wrestling, proud of Mexico, and, you know, he's really bigging up, like, tradition and Mexico, and the fans are lapping it up. Absolutely lapping it up. It's like Hogan waving the Stars and Stripes flag in flipping 1980. In fact, it's crazy because he's still got the Stars and Stripes on his mask. You'd think that would have changed over to the Mexican colors. None of it makes sense. El Grande Americano talking about Mexico and the love of Mexico and everything, and the fans are gravitating towards it. I mean, it's very clear that someone that's going to be American in Mexico is designed to wind up the crowds. I mean, I think when he was coming out, he was being announced as being from the Gulf of America as well, and that was like a talking point. Because, of course, in Mexico, they still refer to it as the Gulf of Mexico. So, it's none of it makes sense. I feel like we've ended up in a place where I don't think anyone could have envisaged this is what was going to happen when we started, right? Certainly I couldn't. And I would struggle to believe if Undertaker or Triple H or anyone was like, yeah, this was the plan all along. You know, shut up. No way. You've just gone with the flow on this one because it's bonkers. Like, this is like a 2 + 2 = 5 situation. It doesn't make any sense. So anyway, I think that he gets it. I think he unmasks. I think when he unmasks and is revealed to be Chad, I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think he's still going to be hated. They don't like him, and it's not even the mask that they don't like. They don't like him, and I think that he will carry on getting that heat even when he's unmasked. So yeah, the comment was made earlier, can we continue this feud? I think we can. I would still be nervous about unmasking Ludwig. You could do it and it might work. I'm not going to say that it definitely wouldn't. I mean, in wrestling, it's hard to be definite about anything. You could unmask Ludwig and it might still continue. The love for him might still continue. But I do think there's an element of risk to doing it. Chad Gable got injured and replaced. Why would that have been planned, says Mayor Pete. Miss Dell Jr. said, who do we think is the next big star in WWE in the next few years, with Roman, Cody, and other big stars retire a few years from now? So Roman, Cody, and other big stars retire. Well, I mean, that's what we're looking at, isn't it? We're looking at the building of Gunther. We're looking at the building of Bron Breakker. We're looking at the arrival of Obafemi. We're looking at the building of Trick Williams. Like, these names that are around, Jacob, that is your next wave. That is your next main event talent. The only thing is that, you know, some of them will make it. Some of them might not. We've had many people that have kind of knocked on that door before that have never quite made it. You know, I'm thinking of names like Ryback, for example. Maybe Sheamus, actually. I mean, Sheamus became a world champion, but Damian Priest has been a world champion. But, you know, Sheamus has kind of lived a life in tag divisions and mid-cards. I don't know that we can say that he's lived a life in the main event scene. He had a period up there in the early days, but the bulk of his career has been away from the main event scene. So I would look at a few names like that have tried and, you know, fallen a bit short. And Damian actually is a good shout. Finn Balor, you could say as well. There was high hopes for him when he arrived, and he's only been like a world champion for 24 hours in 2016. So yeah, I think that there's a lot of names there, a lot of potential that's there. There's a lot of people that you can invest in and kick on. It's all going to depend on the crowd reaction to them how the crowd take to them, the numbers they generate. It's clear to see the aura that Oba has got. It's clear to see the connection that Trick Williams has made. So, I mean, those are easy. They are trying with Bron Breakker. Whether that's going to click or not, we're going to have to wait and see. But they're definitely trying with him. And so, yeah, that's your next wave. I mean, I wish I could give you like some curveball names, but the truth is there will be other names that arrive and kind of find their way into that conversation. But some of them we might not even know yet. I mean, I don't know. That Mason Rook could, click and could find his way kind of in that group when he comes up. Bronson Reed could find his way into that group. Keanu Carver could be that person. Jackson Drake could kind of go on to, achieve great things. Ethan Page might just really connect. I mean, he's very charismatic. So, he could be someone that goes on to be a bit of a slimy kind of JBL type heel. When JBL had money, I could sort of see Ethan Page, with money, just sort of being that kind of modern day $1 million man type, fine suits, fine wine, good looking girls, just sort of being, I've got everything, being the champ. And, you could put him in that spot. But again, you can't just put him there. You've got to see the numbers kind of coming through. You've got to see those green shoots. So they're going to want to see, the views, the merch. Well, maybe not the merch sales so much for a heel, but you're going to want to see some numbers, web searches, segment ratings. You're going to want to see that that's the right direction to go. But of course, Jacob, Gunther, blah, 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 all of those. Everyone's battling to try and get into those spots. Javon Evans, can't forget him. Big Time said, Days with releases, it's not just losing income and a dream job. You're stop seeing your friends and your peers traveling over time. You feel like you're missing out, said Big Time. Yeah, it's a big loss. I mean, I bet people that lose their positions in WWE really, really feel it. Really feel it. You're right, it's not just money or status, but it's a whole identity. So yeah, I mean, it's big. But you need to know when you go into it that is a very real outcome. I mean, there's very few, tiny percentage of people that are going to get the chance to decide when they retire. And I think if you can get to that point, you've what a career you've had. If you can get to the point where you get to decide when you walk away, like a John Cena or like an AJ Styles, wow. I mean, you are very fortunate. You are in that top 1% type stuff, right? Most people are going to have their journeys end either before they get to WWE, when they're in Evolve, when they're in NXT, if they just get called up and main roster can't find anything for them. First couple of years on the main roster, it just doesn't really click. Maybe they're on the main roster 5 years to 10 years, but, like Apollo, it just didn't really work out, or Baron Corbin just didn't really work out. You could be in that bracket. I mean, you could lose your position at any time. It's a ride that you're on that you don't know when it's going to end. You're just hoping to get as much out of it as you can, and a very few will actually go on to be a John Cena or be a Randy Orton or be a whatever. Very, very few compared to the amount of people that try tryouts to join WWE. The percentage that are actually going to go on to be that big star is tiny. It's the same sort of thing with people that play American football at high school. I don't know, there's a crazy tiny percentage that will actually make it to the NFL. So yeah, it is a blow, but it's a blow in all sports, isn't it? If you're a football player and you lose your place in the team, I mean, that's going to be just as devastating, isn't it? So it's life. It's life. That's the life that you've chose. You've chose to kind of gamble in a way on your dream, and it might not go your way. So yeah, I feel for them. Of course, we're always kind of disappointed and down when people get released, because you do think that how much it affects them. And, you know, there's nothing good about seeing people lose their jobs. But it's going to happen every year. I don't like the way WWE do it. I think contracts should be honoured. That's one of my big bugbears. But I think we all agree, if you're going to keep bringing new people in, you're going to have to say goodbye to people at some point. And so, to me, the big complaint I've got is cutting people mid-contract. I think honour the contracts and then part ways. That, to me, feels more honourable, but there's very little honour in the business world. Isaac said, I see why we're going for Kaiser, but on Gable's team, we've got American maids. Rey Fenix now instead of Mysterio. Who's in fake El Grande? Because Rayo Bravo odds are all over the place. I don't quite understand the question. I think you've got Rayo and Bravo on Grande's side. You've got Julio and Bruto, which is American made. They're on Chad's side, and I think they'll cancel each other out. I think it'll just come down to... I don't think someone's losing because of outside interference. I really think Ludwig wins. I think that Julio, Bruto, Rayo, Bravo are all going to take each other out of the equation. Whether there's a new member to the universe, the El Grande universe, that we don't know, that's, you know, well, we don't know. I'm not expecting anyone. But yeah, I'm really expecting it to be a case Ludwig wins. I'm thinking Ludwig wins, and I think he wins clean, honourably. I think that Rayo Bravo, Julio Bruto will all just sort of take each other out of the equation. So that's what I'm predicting. But well, it's nothing more than a prediction. David said Sheamus should win the IC Championship at least once. I agree with that. Before he retires, if Cena can win the IC title at the end of his career, why can't Sheamus? I agree. What time does it start? It's starting in an hour and 10 minutes. An hour and 10 minutes. Brian said Rusev would be great as El Grande Bulgarian. That would be great, actually, with a cool mask. That would be a great story. I'm not down on that. Rusev as El Grande Bulgarian. Yeah, I'm not down on that. I mean, it is amazing if you think about where Ludwig was before this gimmick. I mean, lost. He was lost. Ludwig was out. Imperium was no more. Gunther had kind of said to Ludwig, it's time for you to do this on your own. Ludwig was just lost. I mean, he didn't really stand out. He was just sort of there. I mean, he was a good talent, but it was John Cena during his prototype stage. Good talent, potential, but this ain't it. And isn't it amazing? This is why when you've got people that are like, oh, I'm not bothered about such and such going, they sucked anyway. I do always think back to, like, do you remember when The Rock came in and he was Rocky Maivia and it was all die, Rocky, die? Do you remember when Stone Cold Steve Austin came into WWE and he was the ringmaster? Do you remember when Kane came in and he was Isaac Yankem? I mean, sometimes it's just the presentation. You can have good in-ring skills and you can be a decent promo. But actually, I mean, you look at the promos that Ludwig was cutting and they weren't as good as what they are now because the character now has got such connection with the audience. What he's saying and the passion that he can put in it is just so different to when he was Ludwig. You know, when he was Ludwig and he was like, you know, Imperium and prim and proper, you know, the way he would deliver the promos was more in line with that character. He wasn't cutting the passionate promos El Grande would. I mean, the presentation really plays a big, big part. The gimmick that you've got, the character that you're playing, it does play a big, big part in your connection with the audience. So, you know, we say goodbye to these people that WWE are just, we don't know what to do with. And it is a shame, because I do think a chunk of them with a different character could have actually achieved something great, something really, really good. And Ludwig is a shining example of that. He's had this El Grande thing, and he is loved. Oh, so loved. I mean, I've actually seen clips of him getting quite emotional at the reaction from these Mexican fans. Like, there are clips of him just getting a bit choked up. He is so loved. This character is so loved. Honestly, you are in for a serious, serious treat tonight. Because when we get to that mass versus mass match, I just want to see the energy in the room. I just want to see, I want to feel and experience the entrance as the hero, the true hero of this company comes down to the ring and the fans show him that support. Like, come on, you've got this. It's got that feel to it. And I can't think of really anything in WWE that can sort of match that. Maybe a little bit over Brock at WrestleMania. Maybe if you was a die-hard CM Punk fan at Mania, or a die-hard Roman fan, or a die-hard Cody fan. But, yeah, the energy in the room tonight is going to be really special. Because it's going to be so energetic. And it's going to be in an arena, not a stadium. And I'd imagine it's sold out. It's going to be rammed. I wonder if it'll have a little bit of a John Cena, Rob Van Dam feel from ECW One Night Stand. You know, that famous match, and if you've never seen it, you've got to see it. It's amazing, right? But that famous match where Cena's throwing the shirt to the crowd, and the crowd hate Cena. The guy catches it, screws it up, chucks it back, and Cena's in the ring staring at this shirt that's just been chucked back. No one wants it. So he takes it, throws it over the other side. They then throw it back to the ring. They don't want it. The dude that throws it back flips the bird to Cena as well. Like, the energy in the room, the animosity towards John Cena, because they wanted their guy, Rob Van Dam, to win the WWE Championship. This was an ECW crowd that was not interested in the WWE guy. They wanted their guy, Rob Van Dam, to get the job done. And I wonder if it's going to have that type energy. I could totally see El Grande, OG El Grande, taking off his shirt, throwing it to the crowd, and the crowd throwing it back. I could totally see this crowd doing that tonight. In fact, if I was backstage, I might even recommend OG El Grande do it, you know, where he actually, you know, before the match starts, take your shirt off, give it a kiss, like make a big thing out of it, and, you know, point to someone that you can see really hates you, and throw your shirt over to them. It's pretty much guaranteed that it'll come back. It's pretty much guaranteed that this person will chuck it back like they did in ECW. It's a great visual when that happens. I think it could have that energy in the room tonight. We really could be seeing something quite special tonight. I'm very excited. Big Time said, I can tell you the last 10 years, WWE, that would be incredible. If we think back to 2015, 2016, with Alexa and Charlotte coming up, how much the roster has changed since then. It's changed a lot. Wrestle Andy said, who is the Mount Rushmore of masked wrestlers? I think Ray, Kane, Slapjack, and original El Grande. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The thing is, like, if you're going to get into serious conversation, you're going to get into things like El Santo and Blue Demon and like some of those. Like, I like the old stuff, don't I? I think there is a lot of bias when it comes to more recent performers, because that's all we've seen. But actually, you know, the history of wrestling it's so vibrant and so popular. And there's a lot of people that think wrestling only got popular when Vince kind of started WrestleMania, and it couldn't be further from the truth. You know, you got Jim Londos like doing 40,000 things back in the 20s and 30s, attendances. You know, wrestling has, you know, been popular. Gorgeous George, one of the most popular TV stars on TV in the late 40s and the 50s. You know, people were buying TVs so that they could watch the wrestling and watch Gorgeous George. The idea that wrestling is just, you know, only got popular in the mid-80s. It's because that's all people know. So they just know WrestleMania and Hogan and the effect that had, which was massive. But wrestling was around before that, and it was huge. And so, if you're having a serious conversation, you'd want to go El Santo, you'd want to go Blue Demon, you might go Mil Mascares. There's going to be names that I don't know, because I don't know, I'm not brilliant on Mexican wrestler history. I think Rey has probably earned his place on that list, actually. That might be my 4. Mil Mascares, Blue Demon, El Santo, Rey Mysterio. But if there was a proper Mexican wrestling historian that wanted to kind of go, are you leaving such and such off? I'd be, no, you go ahead, take the floor. But I do think you make an excellent point about Slapjack. I really do. What a mask as well. What a mask. How can we leave one of the greatest Retribution members off the Mount Rushmore, so I think that Mexican wrestling is something that has never been in my kind of on my schedule. So history of AAA, history of CMLL, I can't really give you much information on, but I must admit I'm enjoying watching it. It's fantastic at the moment. AAA is a real treat to watch, and kind of learning a bit more about that history, So I do like yours though. I feel like I'd be quite happy to support your list. Robbo said it's really wholesome to see Ludwig tearing it up with the reactions in Mexico. It reminds me of the time that people first started singing along to Randy's theme in Paris, and he was surprised. Yeah, that was that was an amazing crowd. Those French crowds in Paris, and I think it was Lyon, wasn't it? Absolutely fantastic. I think they're still, that's recent, obviously. Both of those shows, Backlash and I forget what was the other one. Was that a Backlash as well? But both of those shows, or was that Clash in Paris? That might have been Clash in Paris. But both of those shows were recent, and have kind of really set the benchmark now. I feel like whenever we talk about great crowds, we talk about the French. I think the French have cemented themselves, haven't they, as being this red hot crowd now that everything's benchmarked against. So if we get anything remotely close to that tonight, let's go. I think we could, honestly. I think this could be a really special crowd. Michael said, Marcel is paying homage to the wrestling circus in Mexico. He's got wrestling in his DNA from his father, the great Axel Dieter, says Michael. I've just ordered a stuffed crust, said Corey. Some garlic parm sauce, chicken, bacon, onion, green pepper, and jalapenos. Let's go. Carr said, do we think Ludwig's girlfriend gets involved tonight? Well, she could be under a mask, couldn't she? I think there's a chance. Absolutely, there's a chance. So she could be... What could she be? El Grandes Americano. I don't know. I don't know quite how it would be worded, but seeing her under a mask tonight could be pretty fun. Slapping... she lost her job because of Chad. So he said he wasn't going to do this match unless she was fired. And she agreed to lose her position. I'm guessing they bring her back after this, of course. But at the moment, she's not with the company. And she could come down and deliver a slap. That'd be pretty fun. Humble Rumble, hello. Hope you're well, buds. Felix, hello. Pat said, if we look at Drew and Cody, left reinnovated and returned triumphant. Yeah, they're reinvented. They did. Sometimes going is not the worst thing. It feels like it. But, sometimes you do need to sort of find yourself a little bit. Sometimes getting out of the fire and having some time to think and, going out and trying some stuff as well. I don't think WWE is a great place to try anything. Because, there's not many house shows. And so everything's on TV. So where are you trying stuff? Where are you getting reactions? It's hard, isn't it? Whereas you can go on indies, do a show night after night, just working on stuff, trying stuff. If something works, keep it, build on it. You know, after a month or so, you've got, you know, an idea as to where you want to go. So I think like getting out of the fire and getting into the indies and trying some stuff is really good. So yeah, you know, you can use it to your advantage, you can find a way back, but there's obviously a lot of people that don't. There's a lot of people that once they go, they sadly never find their way back. There's a lot of people that sort of leave wrestling when they go, and I always think that's interesting. If you know, if you suffer that setback and you get out of wrestling, that's up to you. I mean, there's lots of other opportunities out there. You might be getting on in age, you might have some injuries, whatever. But I think if you're young and you leave WWE and then you leave wrestling altogether, I don't know. Is it unfair to question how much your heart was in it? It might be. It might be. Everyone's got to make the right decision for them. But we've seen people that have left wrestling, left WWE, stayed with wrestling via indies or New Japan or MLW, whatever, and then find their way back. Look at Enzo. Looks like Enzo's on the verge of coming back. Whatever you want to say about Enzo, fair play to him, because he's kept going. He's kept doing shows. And there's footage of him out there doing like shows and doing various things. So he may have had a little job on the side. I'm not sure. But yeah, fair play. I mean, looks like he's on the verge of coming back to NXT. That's going to bring a bit of excitement to NXT, isn't it? I'm not down on that. Daze, we've seen friendships deteriorate due to jealousy. If you was a release wrestler, I doubt many are going to clap for you if you're winning, and some cases they probably wish for your downfall. We've seen friendships deteriorate due to jealousy. If you're a released wrestler, I doubt many are going to clap for you if you're winning. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Are you saying if you got released, you wouldn't be pleased for your friend because you'd be jealous? I don't think that's true. I don't think those two are necessarily connected. I mean, yes, there is professional jealousy, of course, but I think there are also a lot of people out there that sort of view, you know, their journey as being separate to other people's journeys. And it's not that their success is connected to your failure, you know? I mean, I just think some people view it as being on different roads. I really don't believe that. I don't believe that. I mean, Dakota Kai is out of wrestling right now. And I genuinely think she wishes the best for her colleagues. She was on an interview and she was talking about Lyra. And she was like, it was a pleasure working with Lyra. She was a great talent. You know, I wish her all the best. Whether she means that or not, I obviously don't know. But I don't know. I don't sense or, you know, detect that she got any ill will to Lyra or people that are in WWE. It's you know, you're on a journey, aren't you? I mean, some of it is luck. Some of it is your face didn't fit. Some of it is, you know, sometimes it might be your own fault, but I don't know that anyone else's success really connects to your failure. So I don't know. That to me, I think that's too. That's not a statement that you can just put across everyone. You know, I'm sure there are cases, but I think there are also. I think the opposite is also true at times. I forgot TNA and NWA. The scripting from the matches is refreshing, says Michael. Mexican wrestling Tempo has died in a hit and run. Zelina survived a car crash. Logan has posted pictures of a torn tricep, and Ric Flair has sued his son. What's all this? Is this like today's news or something? What's all of that? My favourite wrestler is Mini Vikingo, said Carl. Mini Vikingo's great. I agree. There's people that might be insecure and compare themselves to others. I'm sure there are, but that is not true of everybody. You know, I don't even think that's true of the majority. But I think that, that yes, that will be true of some. I mean, we're talking about human life and humanity. So everyone's going to deal with setbacks in a different way, just like how people deal with grief in a different way. You can't say that everyone grieves the same way. You can't say that everyone bursts into tears when they lose a loved one and they're inconsolable. That is true of some people, but actually that is not true of everyone. There are other people that kind of go into a very task-orientated mind space. I'm like that. I've lost my grandparents, and whenever I got the news, I didn't just burst into floods of tears. My first reaction was, okay, right, what do we need to do? I became very task-orientated. Of course, you know, you grieve kind of later at night, whatever, when you have a personal moment. But in those times, like, I know that I kind of have to do that. I have to kind of focus on tasks. Right, what do I need to do? What needs sorting? You know, and I kind of get through it that way. So you can't really say that everyone's going to deal with that setback in the same way, just like I wouldn't say everyone deals with grief in the same way. J.O. said, after threatening to sue his son, David, for using the Flair name, his and his wife's recycling business, Green Flair Recycling. Ric Flair noted this morning that he won't be suing David's. Okay. I've not seen that news. I haven't seen that story. I think Daze is jealous of me, said William. He really wants to be here in the chats with you amazing people. I like getting into the chat, yeah. I like trying to pick out, like, comments. So I am jealous of you, William. Fact. My favourite wrestler is kind of basic, but I grew up with him, and it's Shawn Michaels, said Felix. I think that's a great shout. Shawn's one of my favourites as well. I always answer Shawn, Undertaker. I mean, they were obviously ever present on TV, very engaging in different ways. Obviously, whenever they competed against each other, it was flipping magic. But yeah, I always enjoyed both of those. Hated Shawn, though. I mean, I can look back and really appreciate his work now, but oh my God, I hated him in the 90s because he kept screwing over the British Bulldog. He was like a big problem for Davey Boy. I mean, he eliminates him from the Rumble. He got the IC... Did he get the IC belt from him? He got the European belt off him. So he was a real thorn in Davies' side. Oh God, I love the Bulldog. I love the Bulldog. I can't say he's one of my all-time favourites, although he's probably still up there, you know. But I mean, it's a pretty small window. It was quite apparent, like, as you got past the mid-90s, it was quite apparent that nothing was ever going to really happen for him. So I sort of stopped hoping. Once we got past, like, 95, going into 96, that period I was still there, but, like, yeah, 97, blah, blah, blah. I was kind of like, nah, it's not going to happen for him now. I think there was a window of opportunity, and we never did it. And I never understood why we never did it. But obviously, in later years, I understood why we never did it. But I loved the British Bulldog. I suppose what the Bulldog meant to me, being English and British, is the same thing that Grande seems to mean to the Mexican fans. I mean, he's really pro-Mexican, and he's always like talking about the honor and the tradition and all that stuff, and they just love it. They just lap it up. I mean, he obviously speaks Spanish and sings old traditional songs and whatever, and they all join in, and he's just really made that connection on such a deep level. So yeah, excellent. How long we got? We got 50 minutes. Hello to anyone that's joining us. We are here for AAA, and it's a big show. It's a seriously big show. We've been talking a lot about, well, various different things, actually. We've been talking a bit about Clash in Italy. We've been talking a bit about SmackDown. We've been talking a bit about the show tonight. And the show tonight, as we said, absolutely huge. Mask versus mask. Someone here is going to lose their mask, and it is going to be absolutely unmissable. And the great thing as well is, obviously, we've got this massive, monstrous main event, right? Absolutely flipping huge. But the matches underneath are going to be fantastic as well. I mean, the matches underneath We've seen Laredo Kid against Rey Fenix. The technical ability of those guys, the moves that they are pulling out, I mean, it is just absolute top tier, like Mexican lucha work from them. I think the tag match will be a bit more heavy-handed, and I think this card needs that, actually, because I think that you'll get out of Wagner and Vikingo a lot of traditional lucha action. I don't expect that so much out of Psycho Clown and Pagano. Pagano's kind of more, heavy-handed, kind of laying it in. You know what you're getting with the War Raiders. I think that's a really good card they've put together, actually. I would have liked one more match. I would have liked a 5-match card. 4 matches makes me think this is going to go 2 hours. I think each match is going to get like a half an hour time slot. And then, of course, you're going to get like some backstage segments. But I could see each match getting like a half an hour time slot. Some backstage segments. Obviously, entrances, which take a bit of time. Maybe video packages talking about how we got there. Maybe some stuff that's kind of backstage that sets up next week's show, because next week's show's another special. This Noche de la Grandes is a 2-week event. So this is week 1. We're back again next week. So I can see this going 2 hours. That's what I'm expecting. Obviously, the bulk of the time will go to the main event. They'll probably give that like 40 minutes or whatever. But yeah, I mean, the undercard looks good. Undercard looks like it's, this isn't something that it's worth just watching the one match. Like, this whole event should be really, really good. Bobby, hello, buds. Let me get to your comment. Oh, I've got a few comments I need to get to. I'll do Bobby first. Bobby says, quick question. Do you like 5-match pay-per-views or 8+? I like 5. I think that, for me, a wrestling show shouldn't be going longer than 3 hours. I don't really understand why it needs to, because if I think about buying a ticket and going to see a film, I'd expect that film to be an hour 50, 2 hours, 2 hours 10, something like that, right? I wouldn't expect it to be 3 hours. So, like, I feel like that is long. That, in my mind, that's long form entertainment, right? And that's exactly what WWE is. I sort of feel like you should be able, and don't forget, we're doing these once a month as well, pay-per-views. And then you've got Saturday night's main event in there as well. And you've got NXT shows that are getting dropped in. Like, we're not struggling for wrestling. We're not, it's not like, maybe I would feel different if we only had Rumble, Mania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. We went back to the Big Four, and we had to wait months for the big show. But I mean, every month, every few weeks, we're doing a show. So I think there's so much wrestling right now that I really put value on quality over quantity. I would much rather that we have 5 matches and they're 5 bangers, or we at least try, than just let's get 8 matches on for the sake of it. I also think it helps because those 8 matches, if you take them down to 5, that means you've got 3 matches not making it. Those 3 matches now can take place on Raw and SmackDown. We live in a world where Raw and SmackDown is really important, right? I don't know about you, but I go into Raw and SmackDown just hoping, I hope this week's good. None of us really tune into SmackDown hoping it's going to be passable. We want each show to be worth watching. So I think WWE should be building up lots of stories, lots of feuds, but I think a chunk of them should be paying off on Raw and SmackDown so that those shows are worth watching. I don't think the days, and I think this is an old mindset a lot of people have got, I don't think the days of building up stuff and then everything paying off at the pay-per-view, I don't think that's where we are now. Where we are now is the money for Raw and the money for SmackDown that gets generated is so important. They need the views. Raw and SmackDown are like, it should be like a Monday night pay-per-view and a Friday night pay-per-view. Like, they are important shows. They need the views. And so for me, telling stories on those shows, good promos, great matches, feuds that pay off on those shows, that should be happening. your big juicy stuff that you do once a month, maybe your world titles. 1 month you might take the women's mid-card belt for that show. Next month you might not. But 1 month you might. Like, take your 5 best matches, the 5 most interesting, biggest, put them on the monthly show. Everything else can pay off on Raw and SmackDown. Take your 5 biggest, put it onto that show. I know that the counter argument to this is, but I have to pay $29.99 for ESPN. What I would say back to that is really unfortunate, and I feel for people in America over that. Globally, we don't. It's on Netflix, so we just don't pay extra. So to me, that argument doesn't land for me here, and it's not going to land for a lot of people around the world. It's America that's being screwed with that $29.99 ESPN thing, right? It's America that's kind of having the rough deal. The other thing about that as well is I'm having to pay $29.99 and they're putting 2 matches free on ESPN. Again, America, you're screwing yourself. That ESPN thing, that's ESPN that are choosing to do that. They are paying for the right to have that show, and then they're choosing what they want to do with it. And they've chosen that they want to show 2 matches free on their platform, and then the other 3 are paid. I mean, I agree that in isolation, it doesn't make sense to just have 5 matches. You pay $29.99, you're only getting 3 matches. If anyone wants to have that argument conversation, I agree with you. But you have to remember that it's a global company. America and people that are paying that $29, you're getting screwed. There's no other way of putting it. You are getting screwed. But that is because of the deal that WWE has done with ESPN. If you're asking me the question of what do I prefer, what do I think is better, I think 5 matches is better. I think 5 matches where you don't feel burnt out, where every match is built, and you look at Clash in Italy. Perfect example. Pretty much every match feels important. I got some questions around the women's matches. I don't like how we've built Becky Sol Ruka. I think that could have definitely been built different and better. So I will concede on that one. I think Rhea Jade is okay. I mean, Rhea Jade has been going for a little while. Rhea wins the belt at Mania. Jade wants to get the belt back. There was an attack, a beatdown on the Go Home SmackDown. There's been issues between them for a while. It's okay. I don't love the build, but it's fine, right? I wish it was a different match. I wish it was Rhea Bianca. I wish it was Rhea Io. I wish it was Rhea pretty much anyone. But it's Rhea Jade, right? We are where we are. But I can't really criticize the build too much. Standard, basic, lowest common denominator, fine. I think the worst build has been Becky and Sol. But then you look at Oba Brock. I mean, it's a big rematch. They're trying to tell you it's the biggest rematch ever. It is not. It's not even close. But it is a big deal. People are still intrigued to know which way that's going to go. Then you got Tribal Combat. Let's go. That's amazing. Then you've got the Gunther Cody thing. That's amazing. We could absolutely get a new champion. I'm not sure we will, but we could. 5 matches. 5 things to talk about and focus on. No clutter. No other extra matches that could have just took place on SmackDown or Raw. Any extra matches we've been building, they can probably pay out and play out on SmackDown and Raw instead, which keeps those hopefully stronger. I mean, who knows? Perhaps they would have moved one of the recent championship matches onto this show. Like Tiffany title defense, or maybe Damian and R-Truth. I don't need it. It's not going to make for a better show. Might make for a longer show, but it doesn't make for a better show. So I think if we're really going to focus and talk about quality over quantity, I think this is right. I think that it's wrong that ESPN show 2 matches on their show. It's probably a good thing for WWE because it hopefully attracts some new viewers. But I do think you're screwing. Do you know what they should do? They should have a pre-show that has a couple of matches on, and that should be shown on ESPN. Why don't they have a pre-show? Because they do a pre-show anyway. Why don't you put a couple of matches on that, show that on ESPN, and then that means that the whole proper PLE is what you paid the $29.99 for. So don't get confused between what is the quality approach, 5 matches, focus, giving it time, all of that. That to me is the right thing. I wouldn't confuse that with the fact that ESPN are screwing it up for people in America. That's ESPN's decision. That's not WWE's decision. That's ESPN. So I do understand there is a counter argument. I do understand, but for me, I think if we're just going to strip back and talk about what's the right thing to do as the starting point, I think it's the 5 matches. I do. I think 5 matches. Each match gets a half an hour slot. Within that slot, you do entrances, video package, the match, any aftermath, in between some interviews, hopefully some significant announcements of, like, you know, King and Queen of the Ring's coming, or Club WWE is live now, or whatever. Drop them in between the matches. Each thing gets half an hour. You're looking at about 2.5 hours to 3 hours, which I think is a very nice length for a Saturday night show. I mean, you start watching it at 8, it's done by 11. Yeah, let's go. Don't need things going 5 hours. Don't need to feel, but you shouldn't feel exhausted or burnt out, or, you know, kind of like, oh my god, bathroom break match. Like, 5 matches that are well built. I do believe in that. Corey said, do we think we'll ever learn who attacked Jacob? I think so. I think so. I am a bit confused why we've not touched on it. It does make me wonder if, like, plans have changed due to injuries and whatnot. So I do find myself just questioning that. But yeah, I think there's a chance that we'll go back to it because it was a big story. And I don't think the person that actually did it has sort of crossed paths with Jacob yet. I think Jacob absolutely needs, you know, closure on that. And I think it's Randy. And I think that we could get to a Jacob-Randy feud maybe around SummerSlam. And it could be based on the fact that Randy reveals it was him that attacked Jacob last year. And yeah, I think that we could still get it revealed. But it is kind of crazy that we've got this far into 2026 and we still don't know who did it. Word Live said, is there any book recommendations on wrestling history? Yeah, there's a couple actually. There's a few autobiographies that are obviously really good, but I think the book that gets recommended the most is a book called The Fall Guys, and that really covers like the 20s and the 30s and 40s. So if you're interested in that time period, there's a few other books as well on the history of WWE, which are okay. But The Fall Guys, I think if you really want that kind of foundation knowledge, and I'll tell you what's really interesting about The Fall Guys is just how obvious it is that it was all worked and that there was kayfabe and there was, you know, I mean, Fall Guys was revealing the truth about wrestling. I don't know when The Fall Guys came out. Let me have a look when it came out. Fall Guys book release. But it basically revealed the truth about wrestling. It was in 1937 it got released. So that's going to cover the 30s, the 20s. And so, yeah, it's called Fall Guys by Marcus Griffin. And it really does cover those kind of early days of wrestling. That's one that I read and really enjoyed. There is another one I was just trying to remember the title of, which is We Promised You a Great Main Event, the unauthorized WWE history. That one was very good as well. I've read a few wrestling books. I've read a few autobiographies. Everyone knows about Jericho's, of course, Mankind's as well. Those are regarded as the best wrestling autobiographies. But yeah, there's one that I want to get to that I keep forgetting about, actually, so I'm glad you reminded me. The Gorilla Monsoon book. And I think that would be absolutely fascinating because that is going to shine a light back into the early days of WWE because, of course, he was a wrestler. I think during Capitol, when WWF was Capital Wrestling in the 50s, became WWF in the 60s, and he was an owner as well. I mean, not only did he wrestle, but he owned part of the company. When Vince had to buy the company, he had to buy from his dad, but also from Gorilla Monsoon. And this is how Gorilla was able to get himself a position kind of in the company and stay with the company, because that was part of the negotiation. So can you imagine how much information should be in the book? I'm just looking now. It's £18. Do you know what? I'm just going to buy it. I am going to buy that right now. Gorilla Monsoon, The Irresistible Force. So there we go. Anyone that has sent in a donation today, really appreciate it, because £18.15 is going towards a Gorilla Monsoon book that I'm going to read and hopefully get some interesting knowledge out of, which I think could be really interesting. I've been meaning to buy it for so long. I mean, it came out last year. It's called Irresistible Force. It's from Brian Solomon as well. He's a really brilliant author. He's written quite a few wrestling books. Boom. Nice. Done. Purchased. That's arriving tomorrow. I don't know if it'll arrive in time for Clash in Italy, but once it comes, I'll show it on stream. So there we go. You've just made me buy a book there. Thank you. Gig Bossman said, I wish they would get the belt off Dominic. He's a waste. He was a bit frustrated, actually. Dominic was saying that he doesn't think that Creative have got anything for him. I do feel a bit sorry for him. I think that he is someone with great potential. He's obviously got the Mysterio name. I think he's shown himself to be a really good heel. And with the right creative, they can do some good stuff with him. The whole stuff with him, Liv, Rhea, brilliant. The reaction he gets in AAA, fantastic. The way that he kind of mistreated his dad, his deadbeat dad, they got a lot of stuff out of that as well. I mean, if you think he only started wrestling in 2020 and he's been on this like extensive crash course where he's been having to learn basically on the main roster, I think he's done quite well. Yes, should he have been, working on a regular basis, getting matches in Mexico? Yes. Should he have gone to NXT and gone through the system? Yes. I think all of these things would have really, really helped him. But I think given the journey he's been on where he's just been learning on the main roster, I think he's done pretty well, right? And I think they've involved him in some good stories. We're at a very interesting point, though, where I don't know if we've not reached a bit of a ceiling for him. I don't know if we're kicking on, but some of that could just be the lack of story for him at the moment. I thought the whole stuff with him and Finn was very flat. That was kind of the last story we had for him. I'd like to see him really getting involved in something quite meaty in AAA. Some, the work they've done with the El Grande stuff and the detail that's been put into that. I'd like to see some of that actually for Dominic, because I think when you give him that story and that kind of detail, he's kind of shown himself to be really good. He's kind of shown himself to know how to... He's quite good with his promo delivery. It's quite natural. He doesn't stumble on his words or come across as nervous. Kind of comes across as like a cocky, arrogant kid. Obviously, he's going to have to evolve, though, as he's getting older. I mean, now you've got people like Javon on the roster who's much younger than Dominic, which is weird. Still see Dominic as being that kid, but he's not really. There's quite a few that are around that are younger than him now. So, yeah, I agree with you that there are concerns there. I worry if he's hit a bit of a ceiling. I don't know why we haven't got some good stuff. I'm not aware that he's injured. So I'd like to see it be a case that he kicks on. But he's still young. Okay. I mean, he's still the top guy in AAA. So, I mean, there can't be too many complaints. But I do think that the Finn Balor feud did fall short, unfortunately. Shakeem, shout out to you. Appreciate it, buds. And Dr. Lucha Lala said, Dr. Lucha Lala sending in some gifted memberships as well. Thank you, my friends. I really appreciate it. That's very, very kind, Dr. Lucha Lala. And PJ said, hi, everyone. 15 months I've been here since 2023. PJ has been here in the good times and has been here in the dark times. And I don't even know what time we're in now. We're in the excited times. That's where we are now. I'm really excited for tonight. This is a show that I probably shouldn't be as kind of excited for it because it could let me down. But AAA just doesn't. Every time we watch AAA, it tends to deliver. So I am going into this with like lofty expectations that this is going to be really good. That could be a mistake, but hold on. And I'm going into tomorrow with a good-looking card as well. So tonight and tomorrow. Then, of course, we got Raw on Monday as well. NXT on Tuesday. Like, it's good, man. It's really good. So, Dr. Luchador, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you. They should put Dom in a program with Vikingo, says Bishop. Daze, I think the Dom's next story is the GM thing. Him getting matches he doesn't want, said TJF. I think that's a great shout. Yeah, I mean, obviously Ray has just been made GM of AAA, so Dominic being put into situations he's not happy about and causing problems. Yeah, there's absolutely meat on that bone, isn't there? Absolutely meat on that bone. So, yeah, I think there could be something to that. I think you're right. Am I the only one that is thinking that the creative is AAA is far superior to the creative on Raw and SmackDown? I think it's a bit easier to book this because it's an hour and you don't have to like use everyone on a weekly basis. So I think that, you know, we're in a situation where they're killing it. They're doing a great job, but I do get nervous when people start saying Triple H should step aside, Undertaker should take it. I think the two shows, Raw, SmackDown, and AAA, I think they're very, very different. I think they're very, very different. So I feel like Undertaker's killing it. I think he'll kill it again tonight. I think we've got like a really good show on deck, but I do get nervous when we start kind of campaigning for him to replace Triple H. I just think it's a big challenge. It's a big job. Raw and SmackDown, it's 5.5 hours. So many more wrestlers. So many more eyes on that product. More expectation. It's just everything's bigger. It's just... Triple H was killing the booking when he was in charge of NXT. Do you remember Black and Gold NXT and how people raved about that? I do. I was there watching it, as were many of you. And I remember a lot of people saying, I can't wait for Vince to go Triple H when it's going to be so good. And it was. And then it just fell off. And it could come back. But I don't know, I'm seeing the same stuff now with Undertaker where everyone's like, my God, Undertaker's God's gift to book it. It's like, I've seen this. I've seen this before. We did this exact same thing with Triple H. I think the truth is it's just very different. They're very, very different jobs. But yes, in isolation... Undertaker, I think it's Jeremy Borash part of it as well. I think Jeremy Borash is as well like part of it. Doing a great job. Billy said, in the US, we pay $3 a month for PLEs on app. Pay separate cable bill for ESPN for other sports. Cable bill for USA Network. SmackDown is CW. SmackDown, USA Network, CW, NXT. Netflix charges for all. Yes. I agree. You being screwed. Do you know what I pay? I think it's $12.99. And I get NXT, Raw, SmackDown, premium live events, all on Netflix. The back catalogue is now on YouTube. So obviously there's no network. So I have to go to like WWE Vault, which I don't really like really. Because like trying to find specific things and browsing through it's not as good. I mean, it's nowhere near as good as when we had the WWE network. But like, yeah, all that back catalogue stuff now is over on YouTube. So I'm sat in England being spoiled. I'll agree to that 100%. But like, I mean, I don't think that this... It's hard to say, actually. I was going to say, I don't think that I'm going to have it this good forever, but I am in a different situation where a lot of the shows air in the middle of the night. and people are in beds. So that means that the audience is a lot smaller over here live. And, you know, a lot of people catch up with watching YouTube clips and stuff like that, rather than watching the actual shows. So it means that WWE can't really charge loads for the shows because the viewership's not that high. But in America, it's obviously on prime time for you guys. And so as a result, the viewership is, you know, the main viewership. It's the main driver. I mean, I think that WWE on Raw does like 2.8 kind of million views. Well, we know that in America, when it was on USA Network, it was doing 1 point something, you know. So I've got to think that right now it's doing 2.8 million over 7 days worldwide, right? The views aren't that great for Raw. 2.8 million over 7 days worldwide. Now, not every market is on board, but a lot of markets are. So that number is not a brilliant number. And the bulk of that number is going to be coming from America. So I think it shows how important America is to WWE. But the problem is, you're only important because they can monetize you. They can milk you for money. They can sell their shows because that's where the bulk of the views come from. So they can sell their shows to SmackDown, to like USA Network. They can sell NXT to CW Network. They can sell their PLE. They would struggle to do that internationally. The views are a lot smaller. And obviously time difference means the shows are not on at an ideal time. You're not picking up casual viewers. There's no one sat there really at that time of night flicking through the channels. So this is where maybe I'm very fortunate due to that and location. Well, I am very fortunate. And this is why America is kind of screwing itself, really. You're screwing yourself by being as supportive as what you are. Because so many of you watch in America, they can now monetize that. And they can sell it and get money for it. And it's big money. I think, aren't they getting $1 billion over 10 years from ESPN for the PLEs? And I think it's like 350 million a year for SmackDown on USA Network. I think it was $1 billion across potentially 10 years for Netflix. I mean, the money is mind-blowing money. And it's only really being driven by... honestly, what I heard was that when they were negotiating where Raw was going to go, the rights for the rest of the world just got thrown in to sweeten the deal. It was kind of like they were really negotiating where does Raw for the American audience live. And to really seal the deal, they just threw in the rest of the world because it's inconsequential. I don't think any kind of global contract that they've got where they make any considerable money. So if they could get the Netflix deal over the line, which was worth $1 billion, they just threw in the rest of the world. So that's why we're very, very fortunate. This is why you lot get kind of screwed over. This is why if someone in America wanted to really argue that 5 matches on a PLE doesn't work because of the situation they find themselves in, where they've got to spend $29.99 and 2 of them are being shown on ESPN, the first 2 matches for free anyway, and so they're only getting 3 matches. I don't really have an argument back for that. The only thing I would say is that's I don't think that's the fault of the show structure. I think that's a fault of distribution. The way they want to show the program is the problem, not the program itself. So that would be my only kind of counter that I would come back with. But I could understand the frustrations of people in America, because you've gone from having a lot of stuff being on the network, certainly the PLEs in the back catalogue, to now, you know, where we are now. So, Billy, I hear you. I feel sorry for you. I genuinely do. And I'm not saying that in a patronising way. I don't know that it's something that's going to change. The only way I think it changes is if the ratings drop and the networks don't see the value. But then, you know, WWE has got a big problem, because where's it going to get the money from? Because it ain't going to make serious money from house shows. House shows were losing money. So that's why they kind of stripped them all back. There wasn't money being made from house shows. The cost of actually touring around and the wrestlers going around and going from town to town, just the costs involved of doing all of that were not being outweighed by the ticket sales. So house shows weren't really doing it. So the money being generated from the TV deals, that is where they get the bulk of their... Well, it really is. I mean, they make money from merch and they make money from social media, but I've seen the breakdown from WrestleNomics. The bulk of the money comes from the TV deals. Harose said, here in the US, I wish we had everything on Netflix like you guys do in the UK. It can be hard to watch WWE when you have Netflix. You have to have CWUS. Yeah, the only thing I'd say is, and I don't know if it works, I know many of you try VPNing. Like if you, I mean, that makes sense, because rather than having all those subscriptions, get a VPN, come over to the UK Netflix. I have heard word, though, people saying they are trying to cut down on that. I think they know that that's happening. I think they know that people in America are trying to get around these charges by actually doing that. But I think that is still how many of you watch, is by getting a VPN and then actually signing up on... What, wasn't there, like... Didn't Stephanie promote a VPN on one of her podcasts, and everyone was like, is that allowed for her to be doing that? Because if people use VPNs, they're going to get around all these, ESPN ain't going to be happy, USA Network ain't going to be happy, if you can instead get a VPN and just watch on UK Netflix. So yes, honestly, I feel for you guys. Pat said they wanted to have more international, global, then Me Too shut down. NXT UK, Europe, pandemic, they shifted the philosophy from there. I think also TKO taking over has played a part. I'm not convinced, and I could be wrong, but I'm not convinced that when they shut down NXT UK that NXT Europe was happening. I think that they just said that to kind of get rid of any negativity. If you back out of the UK, and say it's because ratings weren't good, because I heard ratings weren't, then you've got to kind of deal with it being a failure. You've got to deal with people saying that you failed and that you've kind of ruined the local market. Where does that leave British wrestling now? You're kind of opening yourself up to that. If you get rid of NXT UK but go, stay tuned, we're working on something bigger, we've got NXT Europe in the pipeline, right? Can't wait to bring you more details. All of a sudden, a lot of those conversations of, have they ruined British wrestling? Why did they fail? All of that goes away. They didn't fail. They're just moving on to something bigger. They didn't ruin British wrestling. They're about to, bring along a massive promotion that's going to reignite. All of a sudden, the narrative shifts. But, I mean, there's been no evidence of NXT Europe. I mean, the only thing you can point to is that Triple H once did a presentation where he said he wanted to open NXTs all over the world. And one of them was, in Europe. And so that's the only thing that kind of suggests that they've ever really given any considerations to kind of going in that direction. But I dead in it. It's just not happening. Last I heard about it was that it's just not a focus for TKO. It's something they would still like to do, but it's not a focus TKO. I did wonder, actually, if there was going to be any sort of announcement made at this year's WrestleMania, because I did wonder if they were going to... Because last year they announced AAA, and there was word that they might turn that into NXT Mexico. They might rebrand it that. Thankfully, they didn't. But, New Japan just sold. How much must WWE be kicking themselves that they did not buy New Japan? New Japan just sold. That would be your footmark in Japan. New Japan is the biggest promotion in Japan. You could have bought it for... Well, I don't even know what it sold for. It's like 20 million, 30 million. It's peanuts. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. to buy the biggest promotion in Japan for 30 odd million, and the existing fan base that's over there, the setup they've got, the relationships they've got, all of that stuff. I mean, immediately you're shutting off another supply line for AEW. If you bought New Japan, immediately you stop working with AEW. So Forbidden Door or whatever, forget that. You're going to have to find someone else to have a Forbidden Door with, and there ain't no one as exciting in the world as New Japan. They're already working with CMLL in Mexico. I mean, there is no other kind of big global... Who are you going to work with? WWE are working with TNA, so you can't work with them. WWE have got AAA. Granted, CMLL would be pretty high on the list, but, AEW already working with them. But globally, who else is there? I mean, there's Noah and Dragon Gate, WXW. But really, let's be serious. The biggest promotion... I mean, if you was to rank the big promotions in the world, you'd go WWE, you'd go AEW... You might go CMLL next, actually. I think CMLL is doing really good numbers in Mexico. Then I think it might be TNA at the moment. And then I think it might be New Japan. Then, I don't know. We're starting to struggle then. AAA, maybe? I don't know where Noah would fit in, or Shimmer. Not Shimmer. Stardom. But I think they're quite low, I don't think they've got, good TV deals. Stardom, I think, is owned by New Japan anyway. So, I think if you bought New Japan, you might also get Stardom, actually, which is a Japanese all-women's promotion. Why WWE didn't buy that, I don't know. They better have put a bid in. Because that money is nothing. I mean, I don't know how much Roman and Brock is. Roman and Brock's wages combined probably come to about 30 million. So if you think about how big WWE is, Roman and Brock's wages probably come collectively to about 30 million. Think about Nick Khan, Triple H, all the backstage staff, all the other wrestlers, NXT, Evolve. Think about every, AAA. 30 million to that company is peanuts. I haven't actually heard any more about if WWE tried, but yeah, that company sold the other day. Crazy. So WWE could have, got the... I don't know if it was for full ownership or just controlling ownership, but I hope they knew about it. I hope they at least tried, because you've got AAA in Mexico, which is brilliant for being NXT Mexico. I think they should see if they can pick up some... I mean, flipping... what's her face? Nikki Cross just bought Progress. Why didn't WWE go in for Progress? I mean, if you want to have a hub in WWE, Progress has been going for years and years and years. I mean, it must be profitable. I don't think it makes major money, but, it's a good promotion. And that could be, your hub. That you could rebrand that as NXT UK again if you wanted, or just keep it Progress. And that's your, developmental for great European talent. Do you know what I mean? Have it in Progress. You see someone in Europe you bring them to Progress. They can work other indies, but really they're contracted to WWE. They're contracted to Progress. Do the same in Mexico. Do the same in Japan with New Japan. That way you're getting the best local talent into these hubs, and then ultimately it feeds into NXT. That was the vision that Triple H had years ago, was these NXTs all over the world just developing talent, feeding into Orlando. I think it makes a lot of sense. The other thing as well is it strengthens your relationship in those local areas. I mean, I would imagine that having Bailey pop up in AAA next week and, Ray Phoenix and Penta. I mean, if you're watching AAA and you're seeing these people, Chad and El Grande, and then they're popping up on Raw, you're probably more likely to watch WWE now than you were before, because, there's crossover. And, maybe Vikingo is going to go on. Mr. Iguana pops up to a Royal Rumble, so perhaps people now will watch Rumbles and they didn't before. And maybe they'll watch WrestleMania and they didn't before. It strengthens your relationship with the local fan bases in Mexico, in Europe, in Japan, in Australia. So it's not just about developing talent, it's about, making those connections. I don't know. I saw a couple of those purchases and I was like, I really don't understand how WWE did not get those over the line. Nikki Cross buys Progress, one of the biggest UK indie promotions, and WWE didn't go for it. Some other companies bought New Japan. I don't know what that means for New Japan. I don't know what that means for their relationship with AEW. I'd imagine it'll just stay the same, but I do think WWE should have gone for that. I hope someone's kicking themselves, because that could have been really interesting. Dean said, why didn't they buy New Japan? I don't know. I don't know if they just didn't even know it was on sale. It came out the blue the other day. There'd been no word that they were looking to sell, and it just came out the blue that it had been sold. Maybe WWE didn't even know that it was up for sale. The only thing I would say is, why didn't New Japan go to WWE and go, listen, we've had a bid here for 30-odd million. Would you be interested in beating that? I mean, if you've got several buyers for your product, I mean, that's going to drive the price up if people are interested. So why didn't New Japan go to WWE and go, we are available? Yeah. Or why didn't they go to Tony Khan? Why didn't Tony buy it? Why didn't Tony Khan buy it and then have a permanent AEW base in Japan? New Japan's one of the most prestigious, historic wrestling promotions in the world. Undeniable. Absolutely undeniable. When I think of Japan, I think of New Japan and I think of All Japan. But All Japan has really fell off. New Japan is the market leader in Japan. For that to be available and to be so cheap, and Tony didn't buy it, WWE didn't buy it. You do? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot more that needs to come out about that story. Perhaps it's out and I've just not seen it. Perhaps there is more information out there and I've just not seen it. But I must admit, that was a head scratcher to me. That was a head scratcher. Certainly when you think about what Triple H's vision was not long ago about having all these NXTs globally. Anyway, that's all business chatter. And we are here for AAA. Someone's got to take their mask off chatter, which is probably more fun chatter, to be honest. Carl said, you better get ready. It's going to be an awesome mask versus mask. Well, yeah, I can't see how it won't be. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. King Mel said, I think they didn't sell because of them being American companies. Money talks, doesn't it? I mean, if any company's going to come along and offer you more money, that's got to be a factor, hasn't it? I mean, maybe there's some truth to that. Perhaps they didn't want to sell to American companies. They wanted to keep it, in Japanese hands. Yep. You could be correct. I haven't heard anything. I would wonder, though, why WWE didn't put an offer in that's, considerably sweeter, that could get that deal over the line. I don't know if they're on the stock market as well. I mean, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but WWE are in a bit of bother at the moment with selling to TKO, when TKO was not the biggest offer. And actually the shareholders have now took Vince to court because they're like, you didn't get the best deal. And so I don't know if New Japan's public. If it is, there could be something there as well, where if WWE had put in the biggest offer, then the shareholders might be able to take that case to court and say, you didn't take the biggest deal possible, because that's exactly what's just happened to WWE. But we're going a bit too far down the rabbit hole with that. Right, I'm just getting this set up because we are just minutes away from this thing starting. There we go. Let's go. So yeah, King Mello, shout out to you, buds. Daze, Cyber Agent is one of 3 that brought New Japan, and they're a parent company of Noah, said TJF. TJF, thank you. It's not easy acquiring Japanese corporations if you're outside of Japan, says Robbie. Interesting. Flame Fist says, who remembered Saturday night's main event last week? It went over into AAA. The Visions were beating down the Profits, said Flame Fist. Yeah, we were here last week for it. We were here last weekend, enjoying a little bit of wrestling action on a Saturday. The original Grande Americano has got no culture, said DJ. Trinity said, from my experience working with companies in places like Japan, China, honor is very important. It's more important than money, which does sound crazy, but it's true, says Trini. I agree with you guys. You could be absolutely bang on. Could be bang on. It's very different mentality to the one that we're used to. Obviously, in America, in England, in Europe, money talks. You know, even honor has got a price. So it could be that. It could be that WWE tried, but yeah, I mean, there was just no amount that was going to be enough to kind of stop it from staying in Japanese hands. I'd love to get some info on that, though. I'd love to see some numbers. I'd love to just know if they even tried, to be honest. I'd love to just know that they even gave it a go. I've not seen any word on that, actually, that they even put a bid in or reached out or anything. Details on it seem to be a little bit thin. But to be honest, I've been pretty locked into Clash in Italy, this show. Obviously, we've been struggling to kind of try and find room to get like unseens in the past week. They are coming back. It's just been a little bit tricky. We're trying to juggle a few things, but yeah, we'll kind of get that back up and running. Hopefully next week we might get some more details. Okay, we've got a sick arrival. Dude's bringing Mexico with him. Dude is bringing Mexico into this arena. That's what he's doing. I mean, you're going to get all this flavor on this show. All the flavor of this is going to be coming over. So good. So good. I need to fix this, actually. They've changed the way that videos are shown. They changed it a month or so ago, a few months ago. Sort of need to find a way of making these videos a bit bigger if we're going to watch them during these streams. Lucha Libre has been built on many foundations. Okay. This cold open was doing the rounds online. It's really good, as you would imagine. Their strength, their purpose, behind the mask, color, meaning, all stitched to create something larger than life. I bet there's some sick mask collections in Mexico. You know, it's not something that we, or I've ever thought of collecting. But I bet there are some real sick collections that Mexican fans have got. It's AI, but it looks really good, doesn't it, about the masks? I think both guys know how important this match is going to be. I mean, this is... You can't tell the history of either of these guys without talking about this feud. And this feud culminates in this match. This is as big as it feels. They're just showing some famous unmaskings from history. It was kind of side by side and stitched together. I wonder if there's a plan to sort of do that going forwards, or if it's just part of the open. Because whoever wins could obviously take the other person's mask and unify the masks as the real El Grande. Booze for Laredo kids. That'll be a set. We've seen this match twice, and it's been amazing twice. Laredo Kid versus Rey Fenix. As it started, the coverage has begun on YouTube. Yes, we are underway with Noche de los Grandes. I want to go to Mexico simply to watch AAA and CMLL live, said Alex. It'll be good, man. I agree. That'd be... Oh, look, they're showing that footage. Showing that footage of Chad being pushed around. And there's the footage that we just saw. I love it, man. Monster-hated heel against absolutely beloved babyface. Do you know, this is huge. How many people are in this building? Dude, I am shocked at the attendance here. Is there any WrestleTix info? Perhaps they're just making it look full, but I don't know. I mean, it looks amazing. I don't think I've seen any ticket information for this. Raw, Collision, Double or Nothing, Saturday night's main event, Friday night SmackDown, Forbidden Door. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any info on attendance. I hope they announce the attendance at some point, because it looks like there's 20-odd thousand in this venue. I like that. I like that. Sometimes you know when you're part of history. Tonight is that night, says JBL. Okay, Rey Fenix then is kicking off the show, making his way down to the ring. And this is just going to bang. I mean, there's no two ways about it. This is just going to bang. It's about 13,000, says Mayor Pete. Have they announced it? It looks incredible. Okay, here's Laredo. This is going to be a legendary match, says JBL. This match is going to be fire, said Flame Fist. Yeah, okay, let's get a poll going, shall we? Who wins? Laredo kids. Ray Fenix. Yeah, I believe that was just last week, wasn't it? Low blow, frog splash, Laredo. Yeah, Rey Mysterio said he didn't need to win that way. He's good enough to win this match anyway. Loud boos for Laredo. Let's go, Phoenix, said Dr. Luchalala. Felix is excited. Over 100% watching on... Oh, over 100,000 watching on WWE's channel. It's going to be legends. Wait for it. Legendary, said David. Zero said the attendance is just above 14,000. Okay, here we go. We are underway. Okay, going up. Kick coming in. Phoenix straight out the gates. Got him up looking for a muscle buster. Lands on his feet. Phoenix going over into the corner. Lovely top rope enziguri to the back of the heads. On that top rope, throwing in a kicks, one-way traffic. Ray Phoenix looking pretty good here. Referee was just, what's the ref to him? Referee just kind of getting involved a little bit there. I think he was just wanting to check that Laredo Kid was okay. Kick coming in. 1, 2. Few boos there. I don't know. Did Phoenix get his shoulder up in time? I don't know, man. I feel like this match got off to a great start, and then the referee sort of got in the way, and it's like, what are you doing? And then the kind of pace of it is just sort of stalled a touch. That pin was a bit strange. Kick coming in. Phoenix down. Laredo going again, looking for another splash. Phoenix up, kick to midsection. Another kick coming in there by Laredo into a net breaker. Laredo scoop in. Driver. Michinoku driver. 1, 2. Again, shoulder up, just up. Just up. This is like a heel ref, said Jose. This better not end in shenanigans, said Jeremy. Kick coming in by Laredo. Another kick coming in. Knee coming into the back as Phoenix is being dragged into the middle, looking for a cloverleaf. Cloverleaf is in. So Laredo in control. Yeah, okay, over to the ropes, gets to the ropes. Referee comes in, breaks the holds. Kick coming in there by Laredo. Shots coming in. Okay, Phoenix is down. Laredo was just looking around. He's gone over to the corner. He's going to take that top rope, that top turnbuckle off. But the referee has seen it.
Okay, so right now we've got an exposed top turnbuckle. Referee not interested in the turnbuckle being exposed. They just said, hopefully Ray doesn't see. Like, the GM doesn't see. And Ray was like, it's not my job. I think it probably should be his job. I think it should be. I'm not sold on the booking of this at the moment. Laredo stomping away. The ref is named Suspenders in Mexico and has been a heel ref for years. He's famous for screw jobs. I mean, I don't mind if you've got a questionable referee, but if it's going to kind of ruin the match, I think even if you've got a questionable referee that's going to, you know, operate a little shady at times, I'm still not crazy about kind of what I'm seeing. Fans are cheering away. Okay, going over against the ropes. Laredo up, clothesline. Okay, Ray Fenix is coming back in. Clothesline down. Goes Laredo. Fenix is going up. He's going up, crossbody. Down goes Laredo. Okay, Fenix is climbing up. The ref was coming over. Just said a few words there to Ray Fenix. This match at the moment not hitting like the other matches have, but perhaps we can get a nice sequence going now as crossbody, shoulder up into an armbar. He's trying to get the armbar in. Gets his feet on the ropes. Referee counting away. Yeah, it's fine. He was in the armbar. He gets to the ropes. Okay, he comes over, grabs. Big boot coming in. Laredo over against the ropes. Picks him up on his shoulders. Couple of elbows coming in. On his feet. In the corner. That turnbuckle exposed. Kick coming back there by Ray Fenix. Slap coming in. Chop coming back. Okay, we've got an exchange of chops right now. Forearms there by Ray Fenix. Another shot coming back. Up. Round the house, into a DDT. Oh, Ray Fenix flipping over. That's good. That's good. Ray Fenix. Super kick. Over in the corner against the ropes. Back in. Lovely. Laredo over the other side. Oh! I love that Destroyer DDT. That Destroyer DDT is so impressive. Takes him over. Look at that. Look at that. How does that not fit? I mean, it's such a beautiful move. I really feel like that should be a finisher and it should be like putting people away. It's a beautiful move. It honestly. Goes for a low blow. It's blocked. Okay, forearms coming in. I love that move, said Alex. Millennial said this arena looks incredible. Over in the corner. Yeah, that move is stunning. Absolutely stunning. I mean, oh, that's lovely. Rolling through. Into a stunner. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I think this match was a little bumpy at the start. The heel ref thing is not massively for me. I understand, but I got criticisms for it. But now that we're actually just letting the two cook, this is a lot more like the matches we've seen between them. Super kick coming in there by Rey Fenix. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Going back into the corner. Going for another muscle buster. No, reversed. 1, 2, Laredo. No joy. Match carrying on. Double knees. Fenix down. Laredo going in the corner. Booing away. Oh, I love that Sierra Mado that Laredo did in the corner. He's going for this muscle buster again. Bang. Lovely. Drives it down. 1, 2. Kick out by Laredo. I kind of like how he went for the move. Didn't get it. Did get it. And you're like, oh, is that the finish? Kicks out. See, I don't mind that. I like that. I like that he went for it, didn't get it, didn't get it, does get it. Match carries on, the crowd making loads of noise. I mean, blimey now. We were really praising that Barcelona crowd, but listen to this. It's going bananas. Right now, Laredo is down. Rey Fenix. Laredo went low whilst the ref was distracted. Laredo. Big splash. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Wow. Shoulder up. So we had the low blow. We had the splash. Okay, right now we've got Fenix in the corner. Got Laredo over the other sides. Into the corner goes Laredo. Fenix is in. Kick coming in. Laredo's up. Chop coming in there by Fenix. He's going for that muscle buster. Bang! Drives him down. 1, 2, 3. Fenix gets it. Fenix gets it. Okay, let's get match scores on that, shall we? Fenix wins, said Jojo. They're in the kitchen and they cooked it up, said Kader. New champ. He won. Fenix wins. Lots of people celebrate him. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the expectations for that were high, and I think they did a great job. I think there are criticisms. I'm not a fan of the heel ref thing. I'll tell you the thing that bugs me a little bit more, and that is the fact that Rey doesn't care. Because I think anyone that watches that match can see that the referee was not calling it straight down the middle and getting in the way and all that kind of stuff. And I think for Rey to sort of act so, well, you know, I mean, we're sat here questioning the referee, but Rey isn't. I mean, Rey's the general manager. I'm not aware that Ray can't fire this referee if he, believes that he's not doing his job calling it down the middle. So, I don't know. This is where if this ref's been doing that for a long time, I really don't care. WWE have took the company over last year, so it's under new management. Rey Mysterio only became the general manager last week. So, we're in a very different environment right now. And I think if you're trying to attract new viewers into this product, I sort of feel like the ref being that way is a bit of a unnecessary barrier. And the fact that Ray isn't like kind of questioning that, and he's just sat there going, nothing to do with me, it's not my job. And it's like, no, I think it is actually. I think it is your job now. Now that you're the general manager, I think it absolutely is your job. And for us to be questioning it and Ray not question it, I just kind of go, we've praised this company for the detail, for the fact that in that El Grande feuds, he had the picture of his partner and he had fired written on. And, we went to a contract signing and it wasn't just someone being put through a table. Like, there was a lot more thought given to it than that. Like, we've showered this promotion in praise. I just think there is maybe a talking point here to go, I don't think they got that right. I think it's fine if you want to have a referee that is kind of more on the heel side and that's something you want to do and that's what he's known for. Like, that's okay. I can sort of go with it, but I don't think the execution of that was good. And I think it kind of ruined the momentum of the match in the beginning. And thankfully, the two people in there managed to still cook because they're so good that we were able to get back on track. And actually, we all saw people really enjoyed that match. But I think, honestly, the crooked referee stuff in this match, I just didn't need. It didn't add anything. It just annoyed me. And so that would be my criticism. I think that's what's kind of reining my score in. Little bit, maybe they got a little bit lost, I think, in the beginning. It didn't seem to be flowing quite right. It didn't seem to be quite there. But once we got to that sort of middle stage, and certainly towards the end, I think they did really, really well. Maybe a little grumble about that amazing Destroyer DDT not being the finish, because that thing is just insane. I think if you're going to do a move like that, I think I'd really like it to be a case that it's 1-2 foot on the rope. Just like, I haven't even got the energy to get my shoulder up, but maybe I can get a foot over. Like, I think that move should be as close to the finish as it's possible to get, because it looks incredible. I mean, it's like Soul Snatcher levels good. It's so impressive. But I love the Muscle Buster stuff. I think that was really good. Loads of reversals. Really nice pace to the action. You saw the reaction from everyone. I mean, this is going to get a great rating. I don't know what number. It's going to get a great rating. And it's going to deserve it as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's Lucha, not WWE. You can't shove WWE into something that doesn't need to be tampered with, says Mike. Well, I disagree. I think that WWE have took over and they're trying to grow this and they're trying to attract new viewers over into it. I as I've said before, I think it's fine for there to be a heel ref, but to just sort of take the approach, he's a heel ref and we're not going to do anything about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, for Ray to go, I'm washing my hands of it. I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense to me. Like, why are we just allowing that? I mean, it was clear the ref was not treating both of them the same. Why should we just accept, because it's what we've done? Why should we just, it's tradition? I don't even know if any of that's true. I mean, just because we've been doing that when we were under former management doesn't mean we need to be doing it now. If I was Undertaker, I would seriously be questioning that. I think there is a way of doing a heel ref that favours the heels, but I think you've got to be really clever with how you do it. And I do think it's a bigger problem, actually, more so than having the ref act that way. I think it's a bigger problem where Ray just sort of shrugs his shoulders. He's on commentary and he's like, well, yeah, nothing I can do. Nothing to do with me. When he's the brand new 1 week in babyface general manager. And the response to that is tradition. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, man. I ain't buying it. That would be my grumble, but it does not stop that match from getting a great rating. Okay, we're just seeing some people in the crowds. There's Mr. Iguana in the house. He's not in action this week, of course, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him again very soon. There's Le Parker as well. Okay, here's Wagner against Vikingo. The ref used to work with heel management, just like what happened all the time with WWE. Yes, I agree. And now we've got Rey Mysterio as the general manager. So, you know, now we're in a different situation. I think that's something they just need to look at. Having a referee that worked under heel management and he's going to sort of favour the heels a bit more, I really don't mind that. I'm not complaining about that. I don't mind it. I think as long as he's clever and if someone pulls him up, he can kind of defend his actions and go, no, I was calling it down the middle. But actually he wasn't. There's a story there. I get that. I'm not trying to change that. I think it's the Rey stuff that bugs me more. It's the fact that Rey is sort of like, yeah, it's not my concern. It's like, but you're meant to be the babyface general manager. Like, that is something I think you should be looking into and aware of. So, listen, that's my note for that match. I'm not going to change my mind on it. What have we got next? Coming up next. Is it going to be Vikingo? It might be another championship match. We did our predictions for this earlier, didn't we? And I was leaning towards Rey getting that one. I wasn't convinced that the other belts were going to change hands. But I don't have anything to base it on, to be honest. Yeah, Latin American Championship. I like Vikingo. I've got a lot of time for Vikingo. Okay, we've had over 200 odd votes. That'll do. I think it's Wagner, isn't it? Okay, Vikingo making his way down. Millennial said Rey Fenix didn't complain because the good guy that goes into the ring and sees that guy as the ref assumes that he's going to face extra challenges. That's the point, though, isn't it, Millennial? That's not the landscape we're in now. Like, for me, the fact that Rey Mysterio, this babyface general manager that only got crowned general manager last week, this beloved babyface's GM, we don't have to be in that situation. Where we were before, when, you know, there was maybe like heels that were in charge and the babyfaces knew that they had this extra challenge, this referee. Okay, yeah, fine. But, like, I do think where we are right now with Rey Mysterio being the new general manager, that is something that I think they need to be aware of, need to be looking at. Having Rey sat in commentary going, look, nothing to do with me, I really did not like that. And I really disagree with it. I think it's everything to do with him. But anyway, that's done. I'm not sure we see that referee again tonight. I must admit, I'm pretty pleased. Well, I hope he's not going to be the ref for that big match in our main event. Okay, Vikingo down to the ring. Cameron said, I've got a sneaky feeling that Mini Vikingo is going to get involved. Well, let's get a poll up, shall we? So here is Dr. Wagner Jr. So which way do you think this one's going to go? This is match number 2. So opening match is Great 73. Is that right? No, Great 83. Very good. Very, very good. They were absolutely cooking in there. That's flipping Destroyer DDT is so good. Okay. Wagner against Vikingo. This could absolutely cook as well. Such great talent in AAA. How long are we in? Yeah, half an hour. So, 33 minutes gone. Definitely feels like a 2-hour show, this, doesn't it? So we've got this. We've still got the tag titles being defended. And then, of course, mask versus mask. It looks so good. This arena looks so good. Okay, straight out the gate, the bell has sounded, and Dr. Wagner Jr. picking up Vikingo, driving him down. 1, 2, kick out there by Vikingo. Senton comes crashing down, going for the cover. Paul, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Vikingo on the outsides. Kick coming in there by Vikingo. Another forearm shot coming in. Another forearm shot there by Vikingo. Big boot coming back there by Dr. Wagner Jr. as Vikingo goes to the outside. Tries to come down on him. Vikingo from behind. Forearm shot coming in there by Wagner. Charging in. Basement drop kick as Wagner goes into the ring steps. Vikingo coming over. Face first, going in. We've got slap coming into the back there by Vikingo. He's got Wagner on the ring steps. He's going up. He was just posturing there to the crowds. He's climbing up. Stomps down. It's like a tree of woe on the outside. Driving Wagner down. There's no women's matches tonight, said Dr. Lucha Lala. No, we do have one next week, don't we? So we do get a big 6-woman tag match next week. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Wagner. Scottish Chris, hello. Shout out to you. What's up, Daze? Good to see you. And you, Butts. Hope you're doing well. Obviously, we're here for this mask versus mask match. We're here for all the matches, actually. But mask versus mask going to be so good. This crowd, man, they are so ready. Vikingo against the ropes. Basement drop kick as Wagner goes to the outside. So, yeah, Scottish Chris, hope you're doing well. Right now we got Vikingo. Lovely shooting star. Didn't quite land it right, but on the outsides. Okay, boos raining down. How many matches are there, said Plum Girl? We got 4 matches tonight, buds. So we've had one so far. This is number 2. Super kick coming in there by Wagner. Gets over against the ropes. He's looking to come over. Knee coming in. Vikingo goes down. Wagner cannonball him. Goes to the outside as Vikingo kind of gets into the middle of the ring. Big splash. 1, 2. Kick out there by Vikingo. Fans are, you can tell that it's just took a little bit of a settle down, a little step down after that open. Okay, kick coming in there by Vikingo. Vikingo against the ropes. Ah! That's amazing. Crucifix driver looks so good by Vikingo. He is so skilled. That's lovely. It's a little reminiscent of that DDT Destroyer. Omos is making his way down. In the corner goes Vikingo. Big clothesline. Is Omos going to be the difference maker here? Are we going to get a new champ because of the big man getting involved? Omos. Grabbing the ankle of Wagner. Double knees there by Vikingo. Yeah, it could be. Omos might have just given Vikingo the win. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out by Dr. Wagner Jr. Okay, big cheer. Bang. The big man. Okay, Omos. Yeah, we've been waiting to see these two going at it. The Aztec Giant has come down. Oh my God, look at that. Omos to that guy in the crowd was like this. In all fairness, that guy looks a bit like a kid, doesn't he? Looks a bit like Chad Gable. Kind of filming, he's like having a go back at Omos. Chair shot there by the Aztec Giant. I think what's his name? Is it Giante? Chair to the back. Boom! And again. Omos going there. He's absolutely walloping him. Absolutely unloading. Through the ropes goes Vikingo. Galeno. Okay. Was that Mini Vikingo? I think that was Mini Vikingo. Yeah, Mini Vikingo. That could be it, man. Wagner Jr. Oh, kick out. Blimmin' hell! I thought that was it, man. I thought Mini Vikingo was just going to cost Vikingo that's good. Loads of shenanigans here, but not shenanigans that have resulted in a finish yet. These two still going on the outside. Well, what does Mini Vikingo do now? That his shot and he failed. Oh, big right hand by Omos. Okay, this could be it now, couldn't it? So many shenanigans. Vikingo is up. Bang. 630 connects to... Yeah, he ain't kicking out of that. It's a win for Vikingo. Loads of outside interference. Right, that 630 is amazing, said Flame Fist. Where did Mini go? I don't know where he went. He got in and he got out, didn't he? Really quickly. Don said, Ray on commentary is not right. I like Ray on commentary, but yeah, I agree with him being GM. It does feel a little bit strange now because his comments are now coming from a position of authority, aren't they? Before he was just an observer, but now like he's an authority figure, so it does change things a little. Hard though, because I kind of like having him on commentary. I did think they would take him off, though, once they announced him last week. I did think that they'd probably replace him with someone else. Okay, this September. Triple Mania, I think, this, innit? Oh, night one has been announced for Vegas. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit weird, this, because I think night one is on the Friday. Night two is on Sunday. So they're not like back to back. So there we go. There was a big rumor that night one was going to take place in America. And that's exactly what they've done. It's exactly what they've done. Ray does not translate correctly. He eats a lot of words, says Paul. Oh, interesting. I thought he might get replaced by Savio Vega, said Victor. Vegas? Just be thankful it's not Saudi Arabia. Wrestlerant said there was so much happening in that match, but the 6:30 from Vikingo was a thing of beauty. Scottish Chris said, I can see Pagano turning on Psycho Clown tonight. They are going to kill the market in Vegas, said Tribalist. I mean, I think that area is fantastic, isn't it? Like, over on the West Coast for like Lucha Libre. It's certainly in California. And I'd imagine in Vegas as well. So I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I think there's an appetite for it. I think it's good, actually, that they're doing one night in America, one night in Mexico. And whether they'll travel that around in the future and, you know, they'll go like New York or Florida or whatever. I'm not sure. But, yeah. Cool, not down on it. I'll tell you my concern. My concern is it's on Friday night. So is SmackDown. There ain't no way they're going to want those shows clashing. So how are they going to do that time-wise? I don't know quite how that's going to work. How are we going to do... I mean, are they going to start it straight after SmackDown? But how's that going to work? Because SmackDown's on like 8 till 10. In America. I mean, it'll be 2 hours by the time we get to later in the year. So 8 till 10. So what does that mean? Does that mean that we're going to do Triple Mania 10 till midnight or something in Vegas? I can't imagine they're going to be on at the same time. And I don't think they'll start it earlier unless they do 6 till 8 and then SmackDown goes 8 till 10. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm thinking Eastern time, by the way. I'm sure it's different in Vegas, time-wise. But I'm sure you could fit it in Vegas, but, like, how do we watch it? I don't know. It's not a massive issue for me unless they're going to put it on at the same time as SmackDown, and I really don't see that happening. So I think there's a little bit of a bit of thought that needs to go into that. I'm sure they've thought about it. I'm sure it's workable. I wonder why they haven't just gone Saturday, Sunday, though. I mean, you could run Vegas on the Saturday and you could get to Mexico by Sunday. Like, as soon as you end on the Saturday, just get on a plane. Be in Mexico Sunday morning. Bang. But to be honest, I'd imagine it's different people, isn't it? I can't imagine that many of people, if anyone, that's working Vegas is going to be needed for night 2. So... who's got to get there? It's only Triple H. So, and like Undertaker and whatever. I'd imagine Triple H will be, you know, involved in this. Okay. We're just seeing some influencers local Mexican influencers. I thought his cap said Colgate. You know, the toothpaste company. I was like, why is he wearing a Colgate cap? Oh, there's a few fans of AAA. We've got a few ladies here. That's La Catalina. I think these are influencers as well. Lola Vice. Bailey. So they're in the crowd, dancing away, having a good time. Okay, here we go. Time for match number 3. Already 48 minutes into this show. Benito said, if there was a Raw SmackDown NXT Evolve AAA 24-hour straight one night, would you do a 24-hour stream? Probably. I don't have an appetite to do a 24-hour stream. I don't have an appetite to... a need to do that. We stream so regular. But, I mean, if there was going to be... I don't know how that would work, though, because even all those shows wouldn't give you 24 hours of content. Perhaps there'd be like an hour or so in between each show, maybe. I might even end up missing Evolve. Don't know. Okay, War Raiders have come down. Bailey has got no belts. Lola's got 2, said Ronnie. Don said, I hope the War Raiders win the titles. Faith said, why does Triple H have to be there? He doesn't. But he is in charge of, like, content creation across all of WWE. So if there's a big show like Triple Mania, I would imagine he'd want to be there to kind of oversee stuff, like just, you know, check in backstage. He might not. He might just leave it to him. But this does still fall under his remit. Okay, here comes Pagano. I could see a heel turn coming, said Shaquem. I saw an advert. It looks like Raw and SmackDown are going to have shows in Mexico, says Robbie. Okay, here's Psycho Clown. There could be a betrayal here. Okay, another great match. This time it gets great 66. Great 66. I mean, this is just what you get from AAA, and we see this on a regular basis. Great 83, great 66. And we're only halfway through, and we still haven't had Mask versus Mask. Okay, this should be a lot of fun.
For 287 days, Pagano and Psycho Clown have been the kingpins of the AAA Tag Team Division. Tonight, they must defend against Erik and Ivar, 2 of the most brutal, vicious superstars in the scene today.
Okay, are we doing AAA watch-longs now? No, but... No, we are interested in the PLEs, and I'm interested in doing the odd show here and there, but Saturdays is just like the worst day. So, where we can get to it, we will try and get to it, because it's, it's WWE. It's, they've got, obviously, the controlling stake in it. In the ring goes Erik. Erik goes down. Ivar's back in. I don't know who the legal man is. Eric's in the ring. Shot coming in there by Psycho Clown. Psycho Clown against the ropes. Kick coming in. Forearm there to Ivar. Clothesline to the outsides. This is that co-main event, isn't it? Shaquem said, I see tonight going an hour and a half or 2 hours, said Shaquem. Yeah, Ivar, big man to the outside. He's got Psycho Clown. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up. It'd be crazy if Psycho Clown was the one to turn, but I doubt it, said Cameron. Can hear some chanting in the distance. Can't hear what they're saying. Shot to the midsection there by the War Raiders. Need to change this, don't I? Shots coming in there by Erik. Over against the rope. Psycho Clown. It's heavy-handed like what you would expect, to be honest. Yeah, I don't mind this. I mean, it's a different flavour. Forearms and clotheslines and just more heavy-handed stuff. Big stomp coming in by Erik. Let's get a poll up, shall we? See what you lot think. Erik keeping Psycho Clown down. Who wins is the question. I've got to ask, is there a Discord? There is a Discord. I don't really ever go into it, to be honest. It's for the community. So it's where you lot can like share your thoughts, talk amongst yourselves. Dormouse and Sunny kind of look after that. Link is in the description. Ivar going for a cover there. Shot coming in by Ivar. This is my first AAA watch, said Iggy. Mass versus Matt's going to be so good. Oh, I can't wait for the entrances. I feel like, you know, this feels a little bit like a big boxing match, actually. You know, like where the main focus is the main event and like everything underneath is just building towards it. That might be a little unfair on these undercard matches, but yeah, this main event is so big. So big. There's 150,000 watching live on WWE's YouTube channel right now, which is a good number. It's a good number. Tag being made. In comes Erik. In comes Pagano. Back elbow. 2 fresh new members into the match. Radiated Zombie said, I'm glad that the War Raiders are on TV again and they're having matches. They're a good team. I feared that they could be released after the Oba squashing. Over in the corner. I feel like an elderly person trying to navigate Discord on my phone, said Alex. Probably one of the apps I've never got a hang of. Same, to be honest, bud. Here's Pagano through the ropes. Ivar into that barricades. Pagano gesturing to the fans. Looking for a DDT. Getting it. Jose said the NBA game finished. 5.2 million viewers can now match mask versus mask. Well, good timing. Picks him up. Bang, drives him down. Pagano 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up by Erik. On we go. Pagano. Trying to get the crowd involved again. The crowd just went a little quiet momentarily. Kadea said, I wonder if the feud continues after Mask versus Mask. I mean, it could do. The dynamic will change. I mean, as soon as, like, I think it'll be Chad that loses. I mean, I'm guessing, you know, I'm sure we go with the Chad Gable name, unless he wants to keep OG El Grande. Kick coming in. Psycho Clown through the ropes. Suicide dive. Erik goes down. Against the ropes again, going up. Bang. Driving the big man down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I always forget War Raiders are still employed, said WrestleRants. Okay, right now. Psycho Clown in there with the big man, Ivar. Big boot there by Psycho Clown. Tag being made. Pagano on the outside. Looked like Pagano was going up. Psycho Clown picking up Ivar. Driving him down. Pagano finding his foot in. Leg drop. From the top. Psycho Clown. Bang! Big splash! Erik makes the save. Erik makes the save. This match carrying on. Pagano against the ropes. He's looking spent. He's charging over. Erik. Forearm. Knee to the midsection. Big shot coming back there by Pagano. Over against the ropes. Suicide dive. Down goes Erik. Pagano deals with Erik. He's getting back into the ring. There's Psycho Clown. Middle of the ring. Oh. Chop coming in there by Pagano. Ivar, big boot, back fist. Pagano. Pace of this has dropped away a touch, but... Oh, miscommunication. Pagano accidentally clotheslined Psycho Clown. Yeah, Ray, Sedge, can't worry about that right now. This is a big, big problem. It's a big problem. Pagano to the outside. War Raiders might be getting the job done. Driving him down. Wow, I think it's going to be new champs. New champions. So the War Raiders are the new AAA Tag Team Champs. Wow. Yeah, I didn't think that they were going to change hands, honestly. I thought there might be some miscommunication because I know there's been issues between Pagano and Psycho Clown. But I thought that it wouldn't be issues that would result in him losing the belts. That's good for War Raiders. Look at that as well. 50-50. People weren't too sure which way it was going to go, but it is the War Raiders that get it. Let's get match scores. Daze, bless Ivar, but when the hairline has receded to the point where you shave the top and ponytail at the sides and back, it looks a bit ridiculous, says Big Time. Jennifer said, I haven't heard JBL tonight, really. Just lots of Ray and Corey. JBL is kind of getting some words on, says Jennifer. Okay, let's get the match score thing on. Okay, here we go. We've got a bit of arguing going on between Pagano and Psycho Clown. Maybe this is where it is going to break apart. Oh, he's pushing him. He's pushing him. Psycho Clown pushes Pagano. Pagano pushes back. Psycho Clown. It's so cool when he does that, man. When he rips the front of the mask off. I did wonder why he hadn't done it, actually. I did wonder in the match why he hadn't done it. Pagano turns his back and he walks away. War Raiders are in. They're attacking Psycho Clown. Pagano is walking away. I think he senses it, doesn't he? Because he stops. I think that I like how they're doing this, actually. It's good because that still is. This is like Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn and Cody Rhodes. People are saying to Pagano that he should go back. He's got a choice to make. He turns around. Head. Oh, I love that. I love that detail. I love that detail. Turns around and before he walks, lifts his head. He is walking away with his head held high. He didn't need to lift his head then. Just the betrayal, the turnaround would have been enough. But for him to turn around and go and walk off with his head held high, it's good that. And I did wonder why Psycho Clown hadn't done that, because obviously we've seen him do that many times since I've been watching AAA, and it's not that long. And it's because they were saving it for after. Very good. Very good. I like that after. I think that was very good. Matt said, imagine telling people at the start of Chad's El Grande run that it would end up selling out arenas for AAA. That match was brutal, said Flame Fist. Better writing than SmackDown, said Iron Sentinel. Ampy Ballin said dub for new champs. Oh, I didn't see that. Something to do with Ray next week. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Get your thoughts in for that last match. Mask versus Mask. Perhaps we are going to get out before 2 hours. I mean, normally we get 3 matches done in an hour. So this being 4 matches said to me, yeah, we'll go 2 hours. But actually, I mean, we've just done that would be a normal show that you just saw there. I mean, that would be that feels exactly like a normal AAA. Because we've seen Laredo, Ray Phoenix twice on AAA normal show. The Vikingo thing was, I mean, it was good. Yeah, I enjoyed that. I didn't think the last match was that mind-blowing. But I do like the angle after. So 3 matches in an hour. That's a normal AAA show. But now we've got, I think what everyone's here for. So, yeah, perhaps it'll be out in half an hour. Don't know. Either way, the time for talking is almost done. The waiting is almost over. The entrances are going to be so good. I mean, the boos, the reactions, the cheers. Oh. I hope they go big. I hope they lean into it. I hope the entrances aren't just them coming down to boos and cheers. I hope it's a bit bigger and grander, and because this really feels like that. I mean, this really feels like I've watched a bit of a boxing event with some really good undercard matches. Maybe even the odd championship match, really good. But now here we are with flipping AJ against Tyson Fury as our main event, Ring walks, you always expect to see a little bit of something special. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the entrances. Obviously, the match is going to be insane. I'm sure there's going to be a load of false finishes. The crowd are going to be hanging on absolutely everything. I think you're going to see Rayo, Bravo, Julio, Bruto. It was mentioned earlier, wasn't it? Are we going to see the... I can't remember her name. Ludwig's partner. I think there's a chance. I think there is a chance that, we could have all that madness of Julio, Rayo, Bravo, Bruto. They all take each other out the equation. She could then come along as Chad's against the ropes and slap him like that. He kind of stumbles back. Maybe Ludwig can secure the victory that way. Maybe. They've announced that SmackDown will be live in Mexico on September 11th. Raw in Mexico on September 14th, said Victor. Thank you, Victor. Wow. I mean, they're really trying to cement their kind of position in Mexico, aren't they? And yeah, very good. In fact, we got the graphic here. There we go. 11th of September in Mexico City, and then 14th. That'll be so fun. They're just showing watch parties that are going down for this event in Brazil, in California, Long Beach, California as well, Mexico City. Okay, there's a few boos I'm hearing. Lots of... oh, mate, this is going to be so flipping good. Here we go, said Flame Fist. Right, we're going to get rid of this poll so we don't get any confusion. This really feels... Oh, Ray's coming out. Okay, Rey Mysterio, his music has hit. Oh, there he is. Where the flip was he? I really did wonder if a heel was kind of, you know, faking the fans out. But no, he is. There he is. Those lights are weird, man. They look like some sort of underwater creature, the way that they're moving. Rey Mysterio making his way down to the ring then. We're just seeing backstage there is OG El Grande. There is, oh, golden mask. A golden mask. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice. An all gold mask for El Grande. The Viking Raiders have lasted longer in WWE than I expected, said Big Time. Okay, we've just got, it looks like we've got a special. It's good, this, isn't it? It's the video package, the hype package for this match. Done in like a comic book style. Guys, get your thoughts in. Who is winning this one? Who won, said Harv. War Raiders just won. Robbie said better than 90% of the main roster stuff this year. This video package looks dope. Carr said you made an error on Mask vs. Mask. I honestly do not care, but I will change it. we go. Happy now? Blake said, I love that poll. Okay, we're just seeing... Oh, there he was when he came back. There he was when he came back. Jennifer said, WWE Creative, take notes. It's a really good video pack. I'm pretty sure this was doing the rounds on social media, you know. Oh, this was good. This was really good. That's where OG got in the face of Ludwig's partner, and Ludwig, like a bullet out of a gun, came running down to save her. Oh, yeah, the Raider. Do you know, we've done so much, haven't we, in this feuds? The Raider Reyes. So he does get a title opportunity, which he hasn't had yet, Ludwig. Do it for me. Do it for Mexico. Mask versus... There must be loads of luchadors in AAA, CMLL, Mexico. Just looking at this going, how has this got this big? We all know that Chad has got to fail, said Blake. I think in this poll, we need the real winner being us fans, said Mr. B. Like, I think that's guaranteed, mate. I think it's guaranteed that we are winning this. Mr. B, like, said, is this video package of the year? It's amazing. Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, there we go. Time for the entrances. This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. Yes. Mariachi bands. Go on then. Who wins? Here comes OG. Black and red are the colours for OG El Grande. As the band is playing him to the ring. We got lots of security around him as well. I'm surprised we've got a band playing like traditional Mexican music and we're not kind of disrespecting. I think I would have had that band playing the Stars and Stripes. They all seem lovely people, don't they? They all seem lovely. The crowd, I believe, is calling him an a-hole, said round one. I believe you could be correct. Okay, there we go. Booze. Here comes the original El Grande as he comes walking out. The original El Grande, Americano. I don't know why the mariachi band are like, some of them are like, come on everyone. I think it'd be good if they were booing him as well. Imagine if they were booing him as well. Are they saying a-hole, or is it like buero or something, which might be a Spanish words? Sounded there like it was buero, something like that. Oh, it's that same kid again. Is he planted? Is that guy planted? Is he planted? I think he's planted. Because Omos is the same guy that Omos kind of stepped up to. Chad tries to grab that guy's mask, and there's a real kind of... I don't know, Matt. If he was planted, I'm sure the guy that was planted should have let the mask go, actually. Maybe it's not. Perhaps all the wrestlers just hate him. I think I hate him. I don't have a reason why, but Omos seemed to have an issue with him. Now Chad's got an issue with him. I've got an issue with him. That fan sucks. Thank you! That dude is just beyond passionate. Yeah. He was like really pulling back, really going off, man. Fair play to that guy, though. I mean, look at Chad. He's absolutely ripped. If Chad tried to rip a mask off me, I'd be going with it. I wouldn't be going back and forth. I'd be like, I'd be off with the mask. I'd be in the ring right now. As he holds the mask up, I'd be like... here we go. We got another band. Let's go. Look at this. Class. Little bit of class. That kid might be related to the staff or someone of a wrestler. Yeah, he sucks. If he's watching this, and we know that he will do, you suck. Right, here we go. Here's El Grande. All in golds. It's still real to him, damn it, says... It's still real to me, damn it. Mate, if he ever finds out that this is all predetermined... To be honest, there's not much difference between this band and the last band. Although, people are singing along with this and they're enjoying this this song a lot more. This is the song I keep hearing. I don't know this song, by the way. I don't know traditional Mexican... It sounds like some sort of love song, doesn't it? If we were in London, we'd all be singing, if you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you want to be my lover. That's our traditional love song. I must say, this sounds nicer. Well, we wanted a big entrance. That's what we're getting. Man United Hodge said, big up, mate. What a huge match this is. 51 months. Shout out to you, my friend. It feels big time, doesn't it? It feels big time. Shout out to everyone that's joining us here. Oh my God, listen to the pop. Listen to the pop. Out he comes in gold. Yeah, that pop was great. The hero has arrived. El Grande has arrived. Look at that shot, mate. Look at that shot. Down he comes. This looks like the Texas version of El Grande. Look at that. Oh, my God. The eyes of the wrestling world are on Mexico right now. Undeniable. I am so excited for this. Ole! 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 Ah! Ah! Mate, this... is there anything tomorrow that's this level exciting? I mean, I'm excited for Cody Gunther, but that doesn't really feel like humanity is resting on it. I'm watching this and it feels like humanity is going to get decided in the next half an hour. Are we good people or are we bad people? Oh, there he is. Look, kissing that guy. Is that evil guy? No, no. The evil guy's there. I think even El Grande ignored the evil guy. Did he know that is the evil guy? Punch him in the face. Oh, they're Olaying. They're Olay. Of course they're Olaying. I'm amazed they haven't done a wave. I've not been this excited in a long time, said Butterscotch. I'm right there with you, buds. I am right there with you. It feels flipping huge. Absolutely huge. I just think we got the main events of WrestleMania completely wrong this year. I think I'm watching it now. That's how big this feels. Oh, so good. I'm so pleased they spent a long time on those entrances. You know, they didn't, I knew they would, of course. They didn't just bring them out. We saw them backstage making their way. We had mariachi bands. Out they came. Lovely shot. Oh, so good. Look at what he's wearing. Do you know, we're actually an hour and 25 minutes in. We ain't even started the match. We've spent that long on the entrances. Okay, Ray is in the ring. Oh, booze. Booze. Into the center steps OG El Grande. Loud booze. Loud booze. Is there glitching in the chat? Is there? Oh, let's get rid of the poll then. Okay, right now we're getting... Huh? For his pee-pee? Did he say for his pee-pee? Oh, Grande. Americano! Yeah. Oh! What was that? A guitar? Where did that white powder come from? What's that guitarist been doing? He just found his secret stash of cocaine. Blimey hell. He just wallops him with a guitar. White powder everywhere. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Right, we're underway. Jesus. I just looked up. Blimey now. Yeah, it has gone. That's a great start. That's a great start. Shots coming in. Oh, loud, loud, loud. So good. They've gone back to that, like, a-hole chant, which I don't think is a-hole, but I don't know what it is. Right now, we got Ludwig over against the ropes. Chad in control. Bang. Yeah, it's all Chad right now, as you would expect. One-way traffic. Jumped him. Oh, loud. It's really loud. It's really loud. It's thunderously loud. Yeah, he's coming back. Big pop. Loud boos as they reverse position. This is it. This there's no point. There's no point. You don't need me to tell you this is insane. But if anyone needed confirmation, this is insane. Shot coming back there by El Grande over in the corner. I mean, it's a thunderous cheer and then a thunderous boo depending on who's throwing the forearm. Picks him up. Oh, in the middle. Lovely suplex. El Grande had Chad's into the middle. Goes over, clothesline, misses, against the rope, belly to belly, to the outsides. I thought he was going to skin the cat there. He didn't. OG, clothesline. Grande goes down. Bang, into the ring post goes OG El Grande. Against the rope, suicide dive, bang. Mate, they're going mental. They're on the outsides. Ludwig, drop kick. Chad over by that barricades. Ludwig again coming out. Chop coming in. And again. Picks him up. Oh, that's lovely. I love that by Chad. Just kind of like grabs him, chucks him over. It's a little bit Northern Lights, actually. Into the ring posts. This is probably the best match either of these have had in their career, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Italy is going to have some competition tomorrow. Aren't they just? Aren't they just? It's crazy because, like, the action doesn't... I don't think this action is going to be as mind-blowing as what we saw earlier in the show. You know, I'm not expecting, like, flipping DDT destroyers and stuff like that, but it doesn't matter. It just does not matter. The crowd are so invested. Table. El Grande bringing out a table. It has been insane, says Ray. Seeing the reaction to this. Over into the ring steps. Chad coming back. So we've stayed on the outside a little bit here. Table set up. Boos for Chads. Are we going to see the other Americano, said Corey? Almost certainly. Almost certainly. right now. Chad's. Man, can you imagine how heartbroken these people are going to be if Ludwig loses this? I don't think Gable gets enough credit for how good he is, says Billy. Yeah, into the ring steps goes Americano. Chad in control. We're just over on the ring steps. Chad grabbing. Oh! He's going for like an angle slam. Both guys go crashing to the ground though. So he had him up, had him for this angle slam, but he kind of went with him. Oh, kick out. Kick out. We were back in the ring now. Grande on the outside. Chad throwing in some shots. Boots. He's trying to grab at the mask. He's trying to rip the mask. Oh, he's getting somewhere. He's getting somewhere. He's getting somewhere. Oh! It's really getting real. Oh, my God. I mean, you don't want to rip that too much. He really was ripping it apart there, wasn't he? I mean, he's really made some inroads. On the edge of the ring. Whoa! Through the table! Shh! I forgot that was there. I forgot that table was there. Oh, my God. I tell you, I love the mask rip because he really rips it. And I sort of love the peril of like, oh, that could go wrong, man. He could actually rip that to the point where he rips it a bit too much. So I love the peril in that. And then he just grabs him and drives him through the table on the outside. That guy showing him the shirt. Oh, ankle locks in there by Chad. Ankle locks in there by Chad's. Okay, what's he going for? The table? Trying to go over. Drives that bit of table into Ludwig. So we're still on the outsides. Now we got a chair that's being introduced. He's got this chair. Oh my God! It's a proper big chair as well. Wasn't like a steel chair that was full. It was a big chair. Oh, and again. Chad, man. Oh, mate, he's gone off. He's gone off. Ludwig's head just snapped back. That looked painful, said Boobat. Chad's in control. Yeah, I don't know what they're chanting. I'm not sure what they're chanting. Yeah, you can see how much that mask is ripped. Chad coming over. Looking for a suplex. Bang, suplex. On the outsides. We haven't seen any outside interference yet. I feel like all of that's still to come. Over by the commentary table. Shots coming in. Yeah, we're over by the commentary table. I think Ludwig's just gone under the table. Is there something under there? Fire extinguisher or something? He's trying to move these chairs out the way. He's trying to reach out for him. No. I did wonder if there was something under there he was going to come out with. Just anything. Bang, but no. Goes back in the ring. Shots coming in there by Chads. Big Mig said they're chanting Coolero. It means a-hole. Big Migs, thank you. What is it? Coolero. Shots coming in there by Chads. Again, he's going back to that mask. It looks like there's a bit of blood. Or a wound or something on the side of the head there. Grande, they're chanting. Yeah, there is a wound. There is blood. There is blood. Shot coming back there by Ludwig. And again. In the ring, trying to fight back. He's took a lot of punishment. Shots coming in there by Chad. And again. He's grabbing him. Oh. 1, 2. Bang. There's a belly-to-belly suplex there by the OG. Oh, I love the disrespect of that. Down goes Ludwig. Oh, God, look at his face. I think they've opened up that wound a bit more. And this side of his face looks like you can really see the damage. He's climbing up right now, perched in the corner. Looks like he's going back to it again. He wants to work on it again. More shots coming in there by Chads. Yeah, I love the control that Chad's got here. He's in control. The fans, obviously a bit concerned. Massive. Oh, huge. Belly to back off the top. He's down at the moment. Referee just checking on him. That was a big, big moment there for OG. Fans chanting away. They're a little subdued at the moment. It's not going their way. Yeah, it was lovely. Nice. Belly to back suplex, said Felix. They must have agreed to work stiff. There's some legit looking shots here, says Pat. Okay, right now we got another big shot coming in there by Chads. Ludwig coming back, hulking up. Another shot coming in. Down he goes. Ah, no! Coming back! Bang! Blocks the shot. Chop coming in, and again, Ludwig. Unloading on Chads. Duck underneath. Bang! Another big blow. In the corner, going up. Poof. Blockbuster. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. I wonder if they sort of put some makeup and painted red, knowing that they were going to rip this part, or if it is just that badly damaged, because look at it. I think it probably is just that badly damaged. And again, throwing in chops. Picks him up on the top. El Grande Mania running wild, said Ronnie. Wrestle Squatch said it's a classic. The Crimson Mask. It's like being a kid all over again. Okay, well, look, he's in control. Now he's ripping. He's ripping at the mask. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Where's Julio? Oh, it's really coming. It's really coming. Elbows. Oh, mate, that is like. I thought that was it. I thought it'd gone so far that was it. Where's Julio? Where's Bruto? Where's Ryo? They're cheering him on. Come on! Come on! This is awesome, said Humble Rumble. And B Ballin says this is intense. Look at the damage, man. I love that. They've really got me believing just how deep he's having to dig here. They've really got me buying into that. They've both worked like great on the outside. Look at that mask as well. Chad's mask. Oh! Drop kick into the steps. Is this, I don't know, man. Is this the beginning of the end? He's right back, isn't he? He's right back. Jumps on. Yeah, I'm shocked we haven't had Julio or Bruto. That mask is... It's hanging on by a thread now. Look at it. Look at it. It's kind of down here. Kick coming in. 1, 2. Kick out. That mask. Look at it. I don't even know if it's really on. He might have to adjust it a little bit. I think when he went under the ring, they might have had a bit of paint, said Iman. Maybe. I wouldn't be too shocked if they had sort of painted it a bit red in advance, knowing that he was going to rip that side and it was going to expose it. So, I mean, maybe. It's great. Whatever they've done, if they've done something brilliant, if they haven't, brilliant, it's hitting the spot. Right now we got chairs being set up in the corner. Yeah, Ludwig trying to get it set up in the corner. You can see Chad's in the background. Oh, be careful, man. I feel like there's a low blow opportunity there. I think that was really done by Ludwig. Took way too long. Way too long. Here's El Grande with a chair. That mask is almost offset, Blake. Here we go, coming in. Oh, bang. Chair shot, going for the cover. 1, 2. Here we go. Here it is. Here we go. Julio. Bruto. You knew it. I knew it. You knew it. We all knew it. We were all waiting for it. Of course they were getting involved. Where is Ryo? Where is Bravo? The gear's kind of interesting, isn't it? Bang! Onto the table. Gonna go again. Oh, he's got a USA flag. Boo! So there we go. We got Julio. We got Bruto. Back in the ring. Okay, headbutt. 1, 2. Kick out. Nice pop. Nice pop. Kick out. Nice pop. Running on instinct and instinct alone. He's trying to get over to the corner here, Ludwig. If I'm Ludwig, I've got serious questions about where Ryo and Bravo are. Yeah, good. Where the flip you been? Ryo and Bravo coming down. Now, are we going to see her? And I'm going to say her because I don't know her name. Shot coming in, going over. Kendo, boom! And again. Okay, so where's the other one gone? Is that him in the background climbing up? Yeah, he's going up. The flip they doing? Bravo! What? Blimmin' hell! Big spot! Huge! Mates, look at this. He gets great hang time there, doesn't he? Oh. Mate, crowd going crazy. Yeah, crowd going crazy. That was crazy. I was like, where's he gone? And I could see some movement in the background. That's a height. That is a real height. Yeah, 15 foot. Psh. Well, I'm pleased they got a spot. There you can see Chad's. He's a bit distracted here by someone in the crowd, is he? Yeah, who's he calling out? What's this? I didn't even see him. It's that comedian. It's the blind comedian. He hits him with the walking stick. Oh. Okay, this match carrying on. Ludwig goes over, gives a hug to the comedian. That comedian's a troublemaker, said Jamie. Brilliant. Here's El Grande then. Edge of the ring. Ugh. Gets caught. Come on, El Grande, you got this, said Felix. This thing's been going about 25 minutes. In the ring? Who is it? Oh. Pimpinella. Bang. 1, 2. Oh, no. Guitar shot. Pimpinella. Not enough. That was great. He had injured her in the build, hadn't he? I love the callbacks. But that means she's got to be involved. Surely. If Pimpinella's involved and the comedian's involved, how do you not have her involved? Yeah, the crowd are flipping. Look at it. Look at the fans. They're so desperately cheering him on. Come on. Oh, we got a rope. Got a bull rope. Americano. Careful, son. Swinging it around. Front row's like, whoa. Okay, a bull rope in the ring now. Oh, low blow. Low blow there by Chad. The mat looks like a 2K match covered in blood. Yeah, it is. He's definitely busted. Definitely busted. Look, he's whipping him away with this bull rope. There we go. Holds it up. Chad with the bull rope. Chad in control. We've seen Rayo. We've seen Bravo. We've seen Julio. We've seen Bruto. There is not much more these guys could have done. It is fantastic. Bang. I mean, it's a real battle. The crowd have stayed with it. 1, 2. Kick out by El Grande. Goes back over. He's got him against the ropes. He's got the bull rope. Oh, it's in the mouth. It's like a crossface against the ropes. Chad in control. Just really pulling back on it. Nice. 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 I love that. Oh, just really trying to... There she is. There she is. God, you can hear her screaming over. Troublemaker. She's troublemaker. Look at him reaching out. She's joining in with the chants. Come on! Yeah, El Grande. He was trying to get the energy. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I can't wait for this. She'll slap the taste out of his mouth, wouldn't she? OG Americano is going over to her. You are fired. Oh, she's got a ticket. She's got a ticket. I'm allowed to be here. Oh, from behind. El Grande. Bull rope. Bang, bang, bang. Oof. In the ring goes El Grande. Is that distraction going to be it? Oh, drives him down on the chair. This could be it. 1, 2. Oh. No. No. That felt like that was going to be it then, didn't it? That felt like that was the final. She had been involved. I was surprised she didn't slap him, but she'd been involved. In the ring, drives him down on the chair. I mean, we've done the guys, we've done her. Big finishing move, chair involved. On we go. On we go. This is Lucha. This is insane, said Corey. Shot coming in there by El Grande. Shot coming back. These two, they're on their knees right now, just like... They're back up to their feet. Exchanging blows. Ooh, yeah, boo, yeah, boo, yeah, boo, yeah, boo, yeah. Grande in the corner, charging him. Gets thrown in the corner. Chad going up. Chad going up. Moonsault. 1, 2. Kick out. He's Chad's losing the mask. I mean, the mask's like doing this. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. You can see the blood on his arms as well, you know. Over against the ring post. I think the blood has really added to it. As you said, the mat is all stained. It's on his arms. Chair coming in there by Chad. Just unloading on Ludwig's legs. Chad climbing back up. Getting back in. He seems to have got a bit of life back to him here, Chad's. Ludwig is down. Chad's coming over. Ankle locks in. Ankle locks in. Middle of the ring. Oh, it looks moody as well. Oh, he's really twisting it. Roll over. Reversed. Okay, this could be big trouble here. OG. I don't think he's going to tap to this. No, yeah, I think he's getting out. Yeah, he rolls over. Back into that ankle lock. Down he goes as well. The leg is in. Yeah, I mean, he's not by the ropes, is he? It's going to be hard to get out of this. He's teasing the tap. He was teasing the tap. Crowd were like, no! He's managed to get back up, get out of it. Jeez, I can't believe how much wrestling there has been since the interference. They've given everything. Absolutely. I love that. The ankle gives out. I love that. All the work. It's got to show itself. It's got to. The bodies have got to be breaking down by this point. Went against the ropes. Collapsed down. Straps down there by Chads. How are we wrapping this up? No. Going up. Bang! German 2. Oh my God, that was close. Blaming hell. It was like 1, 2. He still didn't move. Still. Wow. Trini said the crowd response to Ludwig is part of what makes this entire feud. The AAA crowd is just awesome. So close, said Dr. Luchalala. Straps are down, said Felix. Jesus F, said Drake. This is great, said Nick. Good Lord, said Jennifer. Fighting quality of the year, said Two Brides. It's a match of the year, of course it is. Of course. How can it not be? We're hanging on every pinfall. We're totally invested, just like the crowds. The amount of wrestling in this has been so impressive. Even the selling, the buckling of the legs, the outside interference, the big crossbody that we saw from Bravo, the fact she came down. She hasn't got involved. She's just cheering him on. She's like a cheerleader for the crowds. But they don't need it. Both guys look on their feet. We just got to stick this landing, that's all. We've just got to stick the landing. They're both in the middle of the ring, against the ropes, picking up speeds. Here we go, headbutt, El Grande, surely, 1, 2, 3, he gets it, Ludwig gets it. Psh, mates. What a battle. She's burst into tears. She's like, ah! Look at the crowds. Oh my God, what a war. What a battle. Do you know, I mean, there was so much wrestling at the end. There can't be any doubt that this is the rightful winner. I mean, it's not like there was a big cheating moment at the end or anything. Like, they battled so hard. So good. It's so good. Ludwig gets it. I don't even know if I need. Should I just put all time like 4 times? Maybe I should put a great in there as well, because some people might have thought that it was great, but honestly, this is one of those polls where I don't think I need good, okay, or bads. How does that rank? Of all the matches you have ever seen, how does that rank? Oh. It was a little bit like WrestleMania 40, where we had all this Avengers type stuff. This person coming down, that person coming down. I mean, she was there. Pimpinella was there. Ryo, Bravo, Julio, all the people you would expect. But yeah, I think the fact that these two kept going and wrestling each other, and I mean, to be honest, from the moment that Pimpinella hits him with the guitar, once you get past that to the end of the match, that could have been a match in its own right. Just that moment from Pimpinella to the end, that could have been a match itself. I'm not sure how long it goes for. 7 minutes, 8 minutes. But that could have been a match anyway. Think about everything you got before. They're in the ring. She's in the ring. Ryo, Bravo. But where's the unmasking? That's what I want. Who's the kids? We're about to discover allow me to say a few things. Boo! I put on this mask to go on a journey so I could beat all the luchadors I hated. Hated. Is this going to be a face turn where he's going to talk about how he learned about it and he respects it now? I learned all about... I don't know where he's going. He could go either way now. He could say it sucks. I've learned all about it and it sucks. And I was right. Or he could go, I've got so much respect for it now. Here we go. I stand here not as a mask, but as a man. It pains me to say this. Tonight, I couldn't overcome the Mexican spirit. So yeah, I believe that is his family that are in the ring. Either that or the Papa John upgrades have got really good. Tonight, I'm looking at you in the eyes. You are the only El Grande. After tonight, you are the only El Grande. I'm looking you in the eyes. Here it is. Oh, it's a zip. I think he's just unzipped it. Blows a kiss. Wow. It was Chad Gable. It was Chad Gable. Look at the bloods. I mean, honestly, he's still got a mask on. A crimson one. I think we've got Gable chance. I think we've got Gable chance. Look at his face. Amazing. Oh my God, look at the blood. It's really pouring down. It's really pouring down. Look at the blood. It's incredible. I thought that the blood had come out of Ludwig. Didn't realize that he was busted open so badly. Are we like slowly traumatizing the kids, subjecting them to this imagery right now? Gable, there's Gable chant. There's Gable chant. Gable, Gable, Gable. I don't know when. I don't know how. Chad Gable will be back in AAA. I don't know when. I don't know how. I wonder how El Grande feels about this now that he knows the true identity of who he's been battling with. Chad's with that mask. From now on, this is yours. So he gives the mask over to Ludwig. And he exits the ring. Wow. Gable for world champ, said JJB. Jojo said, thank you, Gable. Keep getting your votes in. We've had just over 300 votes. But keep getting your votes in. Ludwig stands tall. Amazing. Just amazing. That whole thing was amazing. From the moment we did the entrances. Chad, Edward, Gable. We got his full details on screen. And there you can see executive producers, Paul Levesque, Lee Fitton, Mark Calloway. Confetti shooting up. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Wrestle Andy said that's 5 stars. You know, I think you're right. I think you're right. I always think when there's a 5-star match, I always just feel like there's no doubt about it. And yeah, who's going to argue that? I ain't arguing it. The passion, the heart, the grit, the determination, the skill, the journey we just went on. Right now, he's embracing her in the middle of the ring. That guy that was in the elevator is going to be absolutely livid at this. I hope he's not watching. But that guy that was in the elevator that told them to get some manners, I mean, look at that. Oh, she's kissed him. This is a disgrace. This is an absolute disgrace right now. Get a room. Get some manners. Stop shoving this in our face. I'm absolutely appalling. And now they're fake dancing as well. What has happened to society? He might be livid at these scenes, but I can tell you Mexico are not. Ludwig over against the ropes. Miami Max said, SmackDown Creative need this as a tutorial. There he is. I thought we were going to cut the stream. Had his arms out stretched. This won't get 5 stars from Meltzer, said Beans. Do you know, it doesn't. I'm not bothered. I think everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I mean, there'll be people watching this that think that might have been 4.5 stars or whatever, you know. I think everyone's entitled to their opinions on that. And if Meltzer doesn't give it 5, his opinion is just one opinion, but obviously his is an important opinion. Everyone, like, when you think about star ratings, everyone thinks about Meltzer and Meltzer's thoughts. But yeah, for me, I always think, like, there's no doubt. If I've seen a 5-star match and it's like, I mean, what do you criticize? I don't even know what I'd criticize. They did wrestling moves, they did reversals, they did near falls, there was outside interference, the crowd were hooked from start to finish. I mean, if that ain't 5 stars, I don't know what you would point at as being 5 stars. I mean, it's just brilliant. The entrance, absolutely everything, it's just brilliant. Jason said this was lightning in a bottle, and we just got to experience it. It was just such a treat, such a pleasure, absolutely wonderful. The show comes to an end. That is 5 stars for me. I'm sure it's 5 stars for many of you. The passion, the heart, all of those things, the selling, the bloods. I mean, I can't see anything topping that tomorrow. I really can't. Credit said, I think it's match of the decades. I think Undertaker's booking is better than Triple H's booking. I think it's brilliant. I think it's absolutely brilliant. And I don't know. I do worry when, as I said earlier, saying like, oh, Undertaker, should be booking SmackDown. I think they're different beasts. I do think, though, tomorrow they've got a big task on their hands. Big task tomorrow to try and even get remotely close to this. And that's going to be difficult. It really is. But get your thoughts in. What did you think about that? We'll get the votes in. We'll get that done, and then we'll be on our way. Obviously, we've got a big show coming up tomorrow, so need to make sure we're getting some rest in the voice. We're back tomorrow. Not that long, actually. We'll be back in a bit for Clash in Italy. Don't forget, it starts early, because we're over in Italy. This might be better than Finish the Story, said Sean. Liam said, if Gunther wins tomorrow, how must Giovanni Vinci be feeling? Grogblog said, I honestly want WWE to take notes on how to handle outside interference. That match did it perfectly for me. I agree. Outside interference didn't interrupt the ending of the match. Just sort of played a part in the journey rather than just right at the end, someone gets involved, roll up 1, 2, 3. I agree. This is why, like at the end, I was saying I don't think Chad can have any complaints. I don't think he can have any complaints because I think for me, like that match carried on quite a bit after Pimpinella with the guitar. Might have been a bit of a shame if it had ended that way, actually. But I totally understand the involvement there. And using the guitar. So, yeah, I think the fact that he survived that, kicked out, was the right call. The fact the match goes on, there's no more outside interference. I think all of that is great as well. I could have done with a slap from her, to be honest. But, I mean, it's not something that affects my score. But I think, like, I could have done with her just giving him a slap in that moment on the outside. I don't know why they didn't really do that. But, yeah, it's so good. They should replay this match on Raw and SmackDown, said Nirvana. Paul said, what if Chad goes after Penta now? Tom said, I wonder who Bruno and Julio are. I don't know. I wonder if we'll find out. I wonder if they'll get unmasked, or maybe we just don't see them again. Perhaps they just go off now. I mean, they didn't lose any mass versus mass match, did they? Colton said, is this match worthy of a match to show a non-wrestling fan? Oh, that's a great shout, that is, Colton. I actually think it probably is, because I do think this gives a lot of elements. I mean, you can bring people up to speed with the story of the match with the video package. I mean, I thought the video package did a fantastic job of kind of telling the backstory. And then, of course, you've got great entrances. One of the hottest crowds we've ever seen. I mean, I think every box is being ticked here. Maybe the only thing might be the length. Don't know. But so I don't know if this would be the first match I'd reach for. But if someone was like, yeah, they're into it, you know, you've shown them a few things and they're like, okay, what else you got? Yeah, well, I've got something really satisfying. It's about half an hour long, about 40 plus minutes actually, all in. But with the video packages, the entrances, the crowds, the action, the blood, yeah. I think you could reach for this. I don't know if it'd be my first go-to. But yeah, I think it's a good shout actually. If there was someone that was really interested, like, yeah, show me something, what you got, and they're like open to it, yeah, this could be a good shout. It lived up to expectation, didn't it? It was everything we wanted it to be. We kind of went in with lofty expectations. I think they have, been exceeded, honestly. And I think they've been exceeded for you lot as well. We're at over 500 votes right now. We're going to end, I can tell you, all time is winning and winning by a mile. So, this is actually on track to be, I think it's on track to be our highest scoring match of all time. That's where we are right now. The highest scoring match we ever had was the finish of the story between Cody and Roman. I can't remember exactly the number. I think that's like all time. I want to say 72, something like that. This is currently on track to be beating that. Mexico deserves a proper PLE. Well, I think they're growing there. I mean, obviously now we've heard the announcement that Raw and SmackDown is going over, so I think they are growing their kind of coverage there. But oh my God, yeah, this is. Think of this as just being the start. This was an unbelievable match, said Jeremy. Blue Will, shout out to you, buds. Wrestle Andy said, "Is this the favourite match since Mania 40?" Don't know. It's one of, yes. But I mean, I think about CM Punk Drew, Hell in a Cell. I think about Sammy and Kevin in that fantastic unsanctioned match. I think about Rhea and Io at Evolution in a match that I really enjoyed with Naomi cashing in. So these are matches that kind of come to my mind. But I mean, this is in the conversation. I haven't really kind of mentally put them in an order, but this is definitely in the conversation. I think this is ahead of CM Punk Roman for me. You see, people ask me after CM Punk Roman at WrestleMania, is that 5 stars? And I was like, it could be. It could be. It's in the neighborhood, but because I couldn't sit there and go, yes, 5 stars. I think I settled on 4.75 for CM Punk Roman. Meltzer gave that 5. But here I feel more confident this is 5. I do feel more confident this is 5. I think with CM Punk Roman, there was just a few moments that I was like, I would have tweaked that, I would have changed that. But it wasn't really anything massive. And anyone that says that's 5 stars, no problem. Yep, no problem. If 5 stars, I ain't got an issue with it. But for me, I was like, oh, but this one, I'm like, no, yeah, I think this is 5. So, I mean, we are really talking that level. And I don't feel silly saying that, to be honest, because the community score for this is one of the highest community scores we have ever seen. It's on track to be the highest scoring match we have ever had. Think about all the Raws, SmackDowns, NXTs, NXT TakeOver, PLE type things. All the SummerSlams, WrestleManias, Royal Rumbles, all the stories that have been told. Right now, this match is on track to be the highest scoring match we have ever had. It's not crazy to sit here and say you think that what we just saw was 5 stars. The community is screaming it right now. Absolutely screaming it. So, yeah. I think, I mean, I've only seen your reaction, obviously, the community's reaction. People have loved it. I can only imagine people online are saying the same. I can only imagine. You will be people out there that have got their criticisms, and they're entitled to their opinions. I'm not going to say people are wrong if they don't think this is one of the best matches of the year. But I think when we get to the end of the year and we're talking about matches of the year, I can't see any way we're not going to talk about this. So where are we now? We're at 581. Let's try and get to just over 600, and we'll end it then. I thought when they faced off in the Rumble, it would be awesome comedy match at Mania. I was not expecting a match of the year, says M-Train. Jennifer said, I think the daughter expected blood. Maybe not that much blood. Dr. Luchalala said, if that match can't make you happy, then nothing will. This match makes me glad that I didn't give up on wrestling after last year, said David. This writes an easy story for Chad to win win a title, said Rave Stars. Match was amazing. No one can say otherwise, said WWF Heel. It's an all-time, no doubt, said Uncle Revel. 5 stars, said Flex. 5 stars, said Joseph. Cheo with 5 stars as well. Word Life Cena fan said, could we see AAA rehire Ludwig's girlfriend? Yes, I absolutely could. It was no Melina Alicia Fox. Well, no one's saying that. There's no one's stupid enough to compare it to the dizzying heights of that, of course. Mr. B Light said, this is going to be a rewatch match without a doubt. Joe said, this is why I fell in love with wrestling in the first place. Doug Dilly said it's so entertaining, and we've hit the 600s. So here we go. The official score for El Grande versus OG El Grande is all-time 84. All-time 84. Absolutely incredible. I believe that puts it as the highest rated match we have ever seen. Wow. Take a flipping bow. Right, guys, there is nothing I can say that can follow that, right? Anything we say from here is just waffle. So I think it's right to end it there. Big thank you to everyone that joined us. Don't forget, we are back in a bit, not long, with Clash in Italy. I'm going to go rest the voice. Make sure that we're ready for that stream. We're obviously going to start a few hours before the countdown. So if you're around, whenever you're around, we'll probably be live. We'll do in a few hours. Then we'll do the countdown straight into Clash in Italy. There ain't no way anything's getting close to this, right? So don't go in with that as an expectation. But hopefully it'll be a good show all the same. So a big thank you to everyone that's joined us. I hope you enjoyed this watch long. I hope you enjoyed this show. You almost certainly enjoyed that match. And yeah, Chad Gable, Ludwig Kaiser, Undertaker, anyone else involved, take a flipping bow. That is special. That is seriously special.